put two links in the
What if the rate at which things disappear bottom up in the distance also happens to match the rate at which things would disappear due to angular resolution?
Oh, if only we had something like a camera to zoom in.
Sorry.
Zooming does not change the angles and diffraction limits associated with
it changes
your
the angular resolution, you goddamn mongoloid.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't? It doesn't change the angular resolution? Wow.
Okay,
wow,
you've just proven that you don't know anything.
Nothing to do with the point at hand right now.
Yeah, have you got
flat earthers don't do the scientific method? Are you serious right now?
We don't do it. We don't do it.
With flat earthers.
Dude, you have to get. You're like literally the second step of the scientific method is developing a model. You guys don't have one. They're not measuring Z anyway. They're literally triangulating.
You said XYZ. This is exactly what you said.
Why? Tell us why. You don't understand what you're talking about. I've been telling you why. It's like a cube, and it's triangulating the X, Y, and Z value inside of that cube.
What I've heard a lot of from Dr. John D is that in most of these low level, like right above the surface of water observations, I think he said you're more likely to get upward refraction, not downward refraction, which is the opposite. Which is the opposite of what the globe size says, and that's what Dr. John. That's what Dr. John D was saying.
Dr. John doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. That's all there is to it.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast. Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the Earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the Earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the Earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him. Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage. Or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
What engine design specs state that if the dilithium crystals weren't fractured and the test equipment used is within calibration, then the only way the engine efficiency could be below 20% would be if the articulation array was out of alignment?
Sir, the engines have been operating at less than 20% efficiency over the last duty shift.
Aye, then the only way the engines can be operating at less than 20% would be if the articulation array was out of alignment. Well, the dilithium crystals aren't fractured, and we just checked, and if the test equipment is in calibration, therefore, the articulation array must be out of alignment.
That's right. The procedure to conduct a realignment of the articulation array states that we need to remove the crystals temporarily, make sure that we haven't been at warp for more than 2 hours, and we have to first reduce power consumption by 15%.
Aye. Well, we haven't been at warp for more than 3 hours, and therefore all we have to do is reduce power by 15%, remove the crystals, and then we can perform the realignment of the articulation frame.
Right. I'll contact the bridge to reduce power by at least 15%. Excuse me, gentlemen, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Commander.
I am very impressed. The logical arguments you two were employing were perfectly valid, and in fact, are exemplars of sound reasoning. Why, thank you, sir. Mr. Scott and Mr. Sulu, the reasoning you exhibited was perfectly valid. The two of you each put forth a logical argument containing 2 or more premise statements and a conclusion statement. In your arguments, the premises logically imply the conclusion. Then, in each case, you put forth evidential statements attesting to the truth of each premise in your respective arguments. Finally, you stated since your premises were true and implied your conclusions, therefore your conclusions were true. Once again, you are to be commended, gentlemen, on your perfect use of logic. I appreciate that, Mr. Spock.
Aye, in engineering especially, proper logical reasoning is essential.
Well said, Mr. Scott. When reasoning correctly, one must use a correct form of an argument, which contains two or more premise statements that logically imply the concluding statement. Then, one must show that each premise is true. If this is done, the conclusion must be true. It's only logical.
Where do you think the captain is going to put in for shore leave?
It'll be Wrigley's Pleasure Planet.
What makes you think that?
I don't think. I know. Because everyone on deck 6 and 7 thinks so. They can't all be wrong, can they?
Well, I don't know.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad populum, also known as appeal to the majority.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Your argument exhibits the fallacy of attempting to prove a conclusion on the grounds that all or most people think or believe it is true. The main problem with arguments using this fallacy is the fact that many people agreeing on something does not prove what they all agree on is true. Belief is not proof even if many people believe. You use this fallacy with your statement that we are going to spend shore leave on Wrigley's Pleasure Planet because everyone on deck 6 and 7 believed that we were.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad populum, the appeal to the majority. It's only logical. Sensor sweep pattern Charlie 4 is the best way to find cloaked scout ships in an asteroid field.
I don't know. I always thought that pattern Sierra 1 was better.
No. Finding cloaked ships in asteroid fields is essential if you're defending supply convoys. Sensor sweep pattern Charlie 4 is where you set the Tetryon threshold at level 4 and the anti-lepton permissivity level at maximum. Then dial up the former as you dial down the latter.
Okay.
Defending convoys is very important when cloaked ships may be around, so it's best to use sensor sweep pattern Charlie 4 to detect any cloaked ships in asteroid fields.
Oh, I see.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of ignoratio elenchi, also known as the irrelevant conclusion.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Mr. Sulu's argument exhibits the fallacy of attempting to prove a conclusion that is not pertinent and quite different from the intended or required conclusion. A valid argument is one in which a number of premise statements are presented that support the acceptance of the conclusion statement. Helmsman, your argument was invalid because your premises were irrelevant to your conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as ignoratio elenchi, the irrelevant conclusion. It's only logical. what an escape. Captain Kirk is the best starship captain in the fleet. That's why he was assigned command of the Federation's flagship. He's great, all right, but I don't know that he's the best. They gave him command of the flagship because no other captain was as good as he is. Captain Kirk is the Enterprise's commander, and the Enterprise is the Federation's flagship, isn't it? Well, yeah, I guess so. Well, that proves it. Captain Kirk is the best starship captain in the fleet. That's why he was assigned command of the Federation's flagship. Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of petitio principii, also known as circular reasoning or begging the question. The argument seems to make sense. That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. Arguments employing this fallacy all assume a premise statement which has the same meaning as the conclusion. You essentially were saying that Captain Kirk is the best starship captain in the fleet, and assigned to Starfleet's flagship because no other captain was as good as he is. You employed circular reasoning because the phrase "no other captain was as good as he is" is the same as saying he is the best starship captain in the fleet. Oh, indeed. That is not to say that Captain Kirk is not the best captain in the fleet, Lieutenant. I believe he is. It's just that your argument does nothing to prove it. Thank you, Commander Spock. Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as petitio principii, or begging the question. It's only logical. Have you heard that the landing tractor beam in the shuttlecraft hangar deck is malfunctioning again? No, I hadn't. It takes quite a while to repair it each time. Yes. I wish we would stop landing the heavy shuttles on patrol first, before the scout ships. Why? Because every time we land the heavy shuttles before the scout ships, the landing tractor beam soon breaks down. I don't know. Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of cum hoc, ergo propter hoc. In other words, false cause, or correlation is not causality. The argument seems to make sense. That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. An argument committing this fallacy attempts to establish a causal connection between one event and another event that just happens to occur before it. Just because one event follows another on a number of occasions does not mean that the first event caused the second. Your argument commits this fallacy and is therefore not valid. Thank you, Commander Spock. Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as cum hoc, ergo propter hoc, or false cause. It's only logical. Lieutenant Clayton said we should begin the calibration of the transporter system by confirming the alignment of some of the Heisenberg compensators. That won't work. If we realign all the Heisenberg compensators, we won't finish the calibration during our shift. With all due respect to Lieutenant Clayton, we'll have to do it a different way, because his idea is all wrong. Is that right? Is that what Clayton meant? Realign all the compensators. That would take all day. Lieutenant Clayton is wrong then. The whole cal shouldn't take but 3 hours. Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the straw man fallacy. In other words, misrepresenting the opposing argument. The argument seems to make sense. That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. Arguments employing this fallacy attack a position via a misrepresentation of the opponent's viewpoint. The strawman argument restates and often oversimplifies an opponent's position, and then attacks that hollow argument. Lieutenant Kyle, you stated that Lieutenant Clayton was wrong because he suggested realigning all of the Heisenberg compensators. In fact, Mr. Clayton's contention was that the alignment of some of the compensators should be checked. Some of them checked, not all of them realigned. The strawman argument is also a fallacy of relevance, since it fails to address the actual proposition in question.
That makes sense. Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I shall rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as the strawman argument, or misrepresenting the opposing argument. It's only logical.
You don't believe in the theory that protostars come from dark matter nebula explosions, do you?
I believe there's evidence that supports.
I heard that all the top Klingon cosmologists believe in that theory. You don't agree with the Klingons, do you? They killed Lieutenant Stevens back on Grignor 7.
I guess I shouldn't agree with him. Stevens was a friend of mine.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of ad hominem. In other words, attack the man. Or in this case, the Klingons.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. This fallacy attacks the character of individuals who advance a statement, instead of trying to disprove the truth of that statement. The fact that Klingon cosmologists believe in a theory does not make that theory false. Recall that Klingon engineers believe in warp propulsion theory, just as we do. That is not to say that your conclusion is not correct. It is just that your argument does nothing to prove it.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as ad hominem, or attacking the person advocating a particular idea. It's only logical.
Get ready to take down the communication system. I'm getting ready to run the periodic calibration of the subspace translator array. Remember, the 100% frequency scan takes 6 hours.
But I thought the update to the comm system calibration procedure now only requires a bracketed duty cycle burn-in, with the system still online and functional. It's more efficient and faster. Only takes 2 hours.
No, the old way to run the cal works great. No reason to change to some untried new method. I'll just run the 100% frequency scan just like we always do. It'll be fine.
Okay. I guess you're right.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Austin, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad antiquitum, also known as appeal to tradition.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. Just because something has always been done a certain way does not mean that that way is or will always be the right way. A method is not a good method just because it is an old method. Similarly, a method is not a better method just because it is a new method. Rather, a method is good only because it is sufficiently effective for the task. Over time, outdated methodologies must give way to improved techniques. Otherwise, there could be no progress.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as argumentum ad antiquitum, the appeal to tradition. It's only logical. Chekhov, what do you think of my plan to improve security aboard ship by implementing daily searches of all low-ranking crew members for contraband?
Well, I don't think it'll work. I believe it'll be counterproductive.
How would you like to spend a week in sickbay with low-power phaser burns to your fingers? Well, or perhaps an hour in the agony booth would change your mind, eh?
Upon reflection, I think frequent searches is a great idea.
I, of course, overheard your remarks. Yes, sir.
Sir.
The argument you are employing, Mr. Sulu, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad baculum, also known as the appeal to force.
I thought Security Chief Sulu was very persuasive.
That may be so, Navigator Chekhov, but the form of the argument is invalid. This fallacy is an argument where force, coercion, or the threat of force is given as a justification for accepting the conclusion. But, sir, I only... If I may continue. While your tactic of physical intimidation and domination of your subordinate through force are to be commended as effective means of serving the Empire's objectives, your statements are still technically a logical fallacy, since you provide no evidence that your plan to improve security aboard ship is a good one. The ad baculum argument is a special case of argumentum ad consequentium, or appeal to consequences. In this case, painful consequences.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I will ensure I have valid reasons behind my security plans in the future. That would be very advisable if you value your position and your life. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad baculum or the appeal to force. It's only logical. Return to your duties.
Why do you keep trying to restart the auxiliary power generators using the anion bypass injector method? It depletes the dilithium crystals by 50 milligrams every time.
It'll be more efficient. When you run the generator under the anion injector, it produces 3% more energy output after the first 100 hours.
But you've tried unsuccessfully to start it 5 times. All that depleted dilithium isn't worth a few % of extra output.
Well, I'll give it a few more tries. So, how's your research into a better process to reduce carbon scoring in the reactor chambers?
Oh, I prefer an adaptive baryon collimator beam to regulate the carbon buildup. I've looked at all the tests that show it works. There's plenty of them.
What about those other beams? Cation delta ray or anti-lepton nanopulse? And are there any tests where the baryon collimator beam doesn't work?
I didn't look into those other beams. And it's probably a waste of time to check any negative test results for the baryon beam.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The reasoning you are both employing is not logical. In fact, you both are exhibiting cognitive biases.
I thought we were making very good sense.
That may seem so, but bias is affecting your judgment. Lieutenant Austin, when you wish to continue to start the generator via the anion bypass injector for a number of more times after 5 failures, rather than switching to another method, you are exhibiting the sunk cost fallacy. This is the phenomenon where people justify increased investment of time, money, lives, etc. in a decision based on the cumulative prior investment, despite new evidence suggesting that the cost, beginning immediately, of continuing the decision outweighs the expected benefit.
Oh, well that makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, and Mr. Yeager, when researching if an adaptive baryon collimator was an effective means to regulate carbon scoring, you showed a confirmation bias since you only sought out confirming evidence for your position, instead of equally researching contradicting evidence or looking into alternatives. This will lead you to base your decision upon information skewed toward one result over the other.
Yeah, I never realized. I should rethink my point of view.
That would be best. Even if it seems that one is thinking rationally, one must always strive to avoid giving in to cognitive biases, such as confirmation bias or the sunk cost fallacy. These biases are systematic patterns of deviation from rationality in judgment, causing judgments to be made in an illogical fashion. Care must be taken to mitigate these biases to ensure proper reasoning. It's only logical. I tell you, the reason there are so many binary stars in this sector is because of the local high density of interstellar dark matter.
Really? Because of dark matter?
It must be. Chief Engineer Scott thinks that's probably the reason, and if it weren't for Commander Scott's expertise during our last encounter with the Romulans, we wouldn't be here.
Well, I guess you're correct.
I, of course, overheard your remarks. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, Chief Sulu, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad verecundium, also known as appeal to authority.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Navigator, but the form of the argument is invalid. It employs the fallacy of appealing to the testimony of an authority outside his special field. This is not a convincing argument because the expert, Mr. Scott, while an expert engineer, is not an expert on astrophysics, and thus his views about the prevalence of binary stars is only one person's opinion. Your argument, Mr. Sulu, commits this fallacy and is therefore invalid.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad verecundium, the appeal to authority. It's only logical. Return to your duties.
Did I hear right? Is the ship in MCON Alpha?
That's right. Complete radio silence while we're within 1 parsec of the Klingon colony on Rhinax 3.
But Commodore Winter needs to send his daily operating orders to the 10 star bases that are in his chain of command.
We can't transmit anything.
None, eh? Why don't we compromise? I need to make 10 transmissions, and you say we make none. Why don't we meet in the middle and let the Commodore send 5 messages out?
I don't know. That seems to break MCON.
Our positions are at extremes, so splitting the difference will give the best solution.
Well, I guess so.
Excuse me, crewman, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Walking Bear, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad temperantium, or argument to moderation, also known as the false compromise.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may seem so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. The argument to moderation, or middle ground, is an informal fallacy which asserts that the truth must be found as a compromise between two opposite positions. Individuals making a false compromise are fallaciously asserting that the positions being considered represent extremes of a continuum of options, whereas sometimes there is only a binary choice possible. This argument is incorrect as there are many situations where the middle ground does not achieve an acceptable outcome, such as in the case you were contemplating, that of sending any messages while in total emission control.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the argument to moderation or the false compromise. It's only logical.
Well, the ionic bypass compensator flux readings have been low for 3 straight shifts. 21, 19, and 23 picocochrons. Maybe you ought to adjust circadian delta ray collimator.
Nah, the flux reading is bound to come up. The system's designed to run right around 30 picocochrons, give or take a little. The law of averages says it'll come up soon, especially since it's been below average for so long.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It cannot stay low forever.
Nope. So, how are the performance evaluations for the geology department coming, Klaus?
Almost done, Tex. Just one more to do. Lieutenant Cronin. Impressive guy.
He's the one who got the captain's award for the best time on the ship's track team, right?
Yeah, and he always keeps a neat appearance. He will get a good review, all right. No need for me to even check into his work performance.
That's right. Saves you some time.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The reasoning you're both employing is not logical. In fact, you both are exhibiting cognitive biases.
I thought we were making very good sense.
That may seem so, but bias is affecting your judgment. Lieutenant Austin, when you trusted that the flux would soon return to a higher value to make it average to the usual value, you were exhibiting the gambler's fallacy. This is a misleading belief that if something happens at a higher than average rate or value during some period, it will then happen at a lower rate or value in the future to maintain the average, or vice versa. When the occurrence is truly random, this belief, though appealing, is false. The gambler's fallacy is a particular application of the so-called law of averages. There is no such law.
Oh, well that makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, and Mr. Yeager, when contemplating Mr. Cronin's performance, you exhibited the halo effect when you considered certain cosmetic and unrelated positive attributes of him, which you assumed also meant he must be competent in his geology duties, without checking his actual job performance.
Jawohl, I never realized. I shall rethink my way of doing these reviews.
That would be best. Even if it seems that one is thinking rationally, one must always strive to avoid giving in to cognitive biases, such as the halo effect or the gambler's fallacy. These biases are systematic patterns of deviation from rationality in judgment, causing judgments to be made in an illogical fashion. Care must be taken to mitigate these biases to ensure proper reasoning. It's only logical.
Have a cold, huh?
Yeah.
Too bad they'll never find a cure for the common cold.
What makes you say that?
Well, if they were going to find a cure for it, they would have by now. Why haven't they cured it yet? They've never found a cure, and they never will.
Yeah, I guess you're right. That's too bad.
Excuse me, crewman. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Erickson, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad ignorantium, also known as arguing from ignorance.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. This fallacy suggests that a proposition is true simply on the basis that it has not been proved false, or that something is false simply because it has not been proven true. Clearly, just because a problem hasn't yet been solved does not mean it will never be solved. Recall that the speed of light was long held to be impossible to exceed, but then warp drive was invented.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad ignorantium or arguing from ignorance. It's only logical. That was a long shift.
You're assigned to auxiliary control, right?
Wow, have you been in the lower engineering deck lately? It's real hot. That will cause even more dilithium crystal fracturing.
That's too bad. With the hostilities as they are with the Klingons, the fleet will need every crystal they can get.
Yeah, they should cool down the engine room. That should slow down the fragmentation.
Surely it's the high power mode that fragments the crystals.
Every time the engine room, which contains the crystals, gets hot, the crystal fracturing gets worse. That's the cause, clearly.
I guess that's true. But...
Excuse me, crewman, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Walking Bear, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the single cause, also known as the complex cause.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may seem so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Single cause is an instance of the fallacy of questionable cause. It occurs when one assumes that there is a single, simple cause of an outcome, when in reality it may have been caused by a number of only jointly sufficient causes. Individuals making this fallacious argument are ignoring additional causal factors to the outcome. In the case you are discussing, the actual cause of the fracturing of the dilithium crystals is operating the warp engines at high power mode, which we do when we are above warp factor 6. High power mode also causes the engine room to heat up, so you see both the fracturing and the heating were caused by high power mode, which was caused by high speed. All causes must be considered, Ensign Walking Bear, or the argument to cause is invalid.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as the single cause fallacy. It's only logical.
So, Ensign Gert has colic. As a Tellarite, that's a serious condition.
Yeah, but I bet Dr. McCoy will treat him successfully.
He's a great surgeon. I wonder what surgical technique is the best to restore full functioning of the Tellarite quad stomach after a bout of colic.
I don't know. Surgery is tricky. I'm not sure what surgical procedure is best.
Excuse me, crewman. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Erickson, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of complex question, also known as the false dilemma.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. This is the fallacy of phrasing a question that, by the way it is worded, assumes something not contextually granted, assumes something not true, or assumes a false dichotomy. Your argument assumes a false dichotomy. Asking what surgical technique is best assumes the proposition that the needed technique is a surgical one. Ensign Gert's colic might be treated by medicine or a change of diet.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as complex question or the false dilemma. It's only logical.
Any luck finding who made off with the Grignor 7 artifact from the chem lab?
Oh yes, it was Ensign Stevens. He's in the agony booth right now.
He was caught with the item?
Not exactly. The stolen artifact was found in the corridor on Deck 5 by the crew quarters, obviously dropped by him in his haste to get away from my security forces. It must be Stevens. What's more likely, that the thief's cabin was on Deck 5, or that his cabin was on Deck 5 and he was part of the staff of the chem lab?
That he worked in the chem lab and lived on Deck 5, of course.
Stevens is a chemist. A lot of the chem staff have cabins on Deck 5, including Stevens. It's got to be him.
I guess so.
I, of course, overheard your remarks. Yes, sir.
Sir.
The argument you are employing, Security Chief, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the conjunction fallacy.
I thought Security Chief Sulu was very persuasive.
That may be so, Navigator Chekhov, but the form of the argument is invalid. This fallacy occurs when it is assumed that specific conditions are more probable than a single general one. But, sir, I only... If I may continue... The probability of the thief living on Deck 5 and being a chemist is clearly less than the probability that he just lives on Deck 5, because the set of chemists living on Deck 5 is obviously a subset of all the inhabitants of Deck 5. What occurs with the conjunction fallacy is that in the presence of uncertainty, when attempting to determine the probability of an option, persons substitute what is more plausible with what is more probable, since it fits the story better. This is the error you two were making, due to Deck 5 having so many chemist cabins on it.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I will use better judgment in the future. That would be advisable, and you may wish to release Stevens from the agony booth until his guilt is better established. Right away, sir. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as the conjunction fallacy. It's only logical. Return to your duties.
The captain said that tensions are so high that if we discover that the Federation colony on Apollo 3 was destroyed by the Klingons, there will be war between the Federation and the Empire. I know. That was a daunting possibility. But the survey landing party just returned. They're pretty sure the colony was actually wiped out by a collision with a passing comet. Well, that's great news. Now we won't be going to war with the Klingons. What? How can you say that? Well, the captain said that if the colony on Apollo 3 was attacked by the Klingons, there'd be war for sure. But they didn't attack the colony, so no war. Okay, yeah. It's too bad about the colony, but at least we know there won't be war. Yeah, I was getting worried.
Excuse me, crewman, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Walking Bear, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the inverse, also known as denying the antecedent.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may seem so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Denying the antecedent is a formal fallacy of inferring the inverse from the original statement. It is committed by reasoning in the form, if P, then Q. Therefore, if not P, then not Q. The invalidity of arguments with this form is most readily demonstrated by forming a counterexample with true premises, but an obviously false conclusion, such as, if you are traveling at warp speed, then you are aboard a starship. You are not traveling at warp speed, therefore you are not aboard a starship. Consequently, just because the Klingons weren't responsible for destroying the Apollo 3 colony does not mean that the current tensions won't still ultimately lead to war for some other reason.
Thank you, Mr. Spock. Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as denying the antecedent or the inverse fallacy. It's only logical.
So, you have the flu, huh?
Not sure. I wish Dr. McCoy would see me soon. This sore throat is really bad.
No need to wait for the doc. You've got a flu, all right.
What makes you say that?
Well, when you have the flu, you'll get a sore throat. Since you clearly have a sore throat, you must have the flu.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Hope it won't last too long.
Excuse me, crewman. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Erickson, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of affirming the consequent, also known as the fallacy of the converse.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. Affirming the consequent is the formal fallacy of inferring the converse from the original statement. Arguments employing this error have the general form if P then Q, Q therefore P. In your statement, you suggest if one has the flu, then they have a sore throat. Given that they have a sore throat, therefore, they have the flu. But having the flu is clearly not the only cause of a sore throat, since many conditions can lead to throat irritation, such as the common cold, tonsillitis, strep throat, or simply straining your voice.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as affirming the consequent or the fallacy of the converse. It's only logical.
All right, you all have your orders.
Bridge to Captain Kirk. The Binghamton has entered our sector and is signaling us to coordinate the transfer of medical supplies.
Acknowledge, Mr. Sulu. Tell them I'll speak to them from the bridge. I'm on my way. Let's go, Bones.
Well, the Tellarite colony on Arpod 4 will definitely be able to use our supplies. That attack wiped out their main supply depot.
I just can't believe that Andorian forces would openly attack the Tellarites like that. It makes no sense. I know their ambassadors argue a lot, but how could one actually invade the other?
But both governments have claimed all the colony worlds along the Hundley-Eye Expanse since they were discovered a decade ago.
It's just impossible. Invasion by the Andorians? Common sense says they wouldn't attack just like that. Argue and bluster during negotiations? Maybe. Or even threaten. But invade with ground forces? Never.
It is surprising. Maybe there's some mistake, huh?
There must be some mistake.
Excuse me, ladies, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, nurse, is not logical. In fact, it is an argument from incredulity, or an appeal to common sense. A logical fallacy.
I thought she was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Yeoman, but her argument is invalid. An appeal to common sense asserts that because something is so incredible or difficult to imagine, it must be wrong. Arguments from incredulity happen when people make their inability to comprehend or make sense of a concept their argument. Nurse Chapel, you employed this fallacy when you stated the very idea that Andorians could actually invade the Tellarite colony was ridiculous, and thus was not to be believed. The fact that any one of us cannot conceive of a particular occurrence does not make that event or phenomenon impossible. When reasoning correctly, it is important to provide true premises and actual evidence instead of relying on what we believe or feel.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Oh, I should reassess my thinking.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as the argument from incredulity or the appeal to common sense. It's only logical.
All right, you all have your orders.
Bridge to Captain Kirk. The Enterprise has arrived at Hermes 2.
Acknowledge, Mr. Sulu. Assume standard orbit. I'm on my way. Let's go, Scotty. Aye.
So what do you think happened to the colonists that went missing after the attack by that Andorian marauder? 3 of the missing colonists were children. I hope they're okay.
They're probably hiding somewhere safe and sound. It would be horrible if they were killed. They must be safe.
Maybe the reason they haven't been found yet is because they're buried under the rubble.
That couldn't be. Imagine those poor kids dead. They have to be safe and just waiting for our search party to find them.
I guess you're right. I hope the rescuers find them soon.
Me too.
Excuse me, ladies, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, nurse, is not logical. In fact, it is an appeal to emotion, a logical fallacy.
I thought she was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Yeoman, but her argument is invalid. An appeal to emotion is a type of argument which attempts to arouse the emotions of its audience in order to gain acceptance of its conclusion. Emotion is not always out of place in logical thinking. However, because strong emotions can subvert rational thought, playing upon emotions in an argument is often fallacious. Appeals to emotion are always fallacious when intended to influence our beliefs. Nurse Chapel, you employ this fallacy when you stated the missing colonists, particularly the children, must be alive because the thought of them dead was horrible. In doing so, you were appealing to Yeoman Rand's desire for a positive outcome. The fact that we desire something to be true gives not the slightest reason to believe it. Just as the fact that we fear something being true is no reason to think it false.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Oh, I should reassess my thinking.
That would be best, but I too hope they are all safe. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as an appeal to emotion. It's only logical. Mr. Thrax, please ensure the partial pressure of argon in cell J14 is increased by 15%.
Understood, sir.
I tell you, Cyrano, my good man, as far as duping convincing a mark customer, it is always best to prey on their greed. It always pays off, don't you know?
I find that leveraging upon their sympathy works better.
No, CJ. Greed. Greed is much more effective. Better than any other emotion, sir.
Harry, I would say using their own honesty against them is also an excellent ploy. Or how about preying on their weaknesses? These have worked for me.
Cyrano, you are a fair merchant, sir, but you must listen to me about this. Each person's desire for profit is the biggest motivator. Greed.
Oh, all right then. Greed, I guess. Okay.
Yes, greed always wins out. Greed, my good sir. Greed. Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks. Yes, Mr. Spock. The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad nauseum, also known as the argument from repetition.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. It employs the fallacy of stating a position repeatedly until one's opponent gives in and accepts the argument or simply walks away. Mr. Mudd, you employed this fallacy when you stated that a salesman should use a person's greed against them over and over again without addressing any of Mr. Jones's attempted refutations of your point. When reasoning correctly, it is important to provide true premises and actual support of those premises, instead of simply stating and restating your position over and over again until your listener gives in.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad nauseum, or the argument from repetition. It's only logical.
All right, you all have your orders. Bridge to Captain Kirk. All departments report ready to begin helm and navigation calibration maneuvers. Acknowledge, Mr. Sulu. We'll begin at 1400 hours. I'm on my way. Let's go, Chekhov. Aye, sir.
So how is that new medical technician working out? Everett, right?
Oh, I sent him back right away. He had transferred from Computer Systems Division.
Oh, okay. So you didn't even give him a try?
Nope, those computer guys are never nurturing enough.
Why do you say that?
I've had 2 med techs from Computer Systems before. Tipton last year and Ali back in March. They didn't work out. Just not very empathetic.
Okay then. Well, maybe you should look for med techs from engineering, or perhaps security department next time?
Excuse me, ladies, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, nurse, is not logical. In fact, it employs the fallacy of insufficient sample, also known as the hasty generalization, or colloquially, as jumping to a conclusion.
I thought she was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Yeoman, but her argument is invalid. The fallacy of insufficient sample is an informal fallacy of faulty generalization by which a person reaches an inductive generalization based on insufficient evidence, essentially making a rushed conclusion without considering all of the variables. Nurse Chapel, you employed this fallacy when you stated that former computer systems technicians make poor medtechs because they are not nurturing enough, after noting that 2 previous transfers, Tipton and Ali, were insufficiently empathetic. While inferring a rule from the examining of examples is the hallmark of inductive reasoning, one must take care to ensure that the examples are sufficient to represent all instances and that they are not special cases. Likely, technicians Tipton and Ali were not compassionate enough because of their upbringing or their respective cultural norms, not because of a general rule that computer systems personnel are all that way.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should reassess my thinking.
That would be best, and perhaps give Everett another chance.
Oh, of course.
Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the fallacy of insufficient sample or making a hasty generalization. It's only logical. Mr. Gerd, please determine the feasibility of placing the occupants of cells J4 and J5 into one cell.
I will look into that, sir.
It was infernally annoying being held prisoner by all those androids, Cyrano. Especially because androids are inherently inferior to human beings, don't you know? In every way.
Oh, really? Inferior? Why do you say that?
But of course they're inferior, my good sir. It goes without argument. They simply are.
I may agree with you, but exactly why do you think they are?
They're intrinsically not as good as people. That's just the way it is and always will be.
Oh, all right then. I guess so.
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks. Yes, Mr. Spock. The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of ipse dixit.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. It employs the fallacy of dogmatically expressing an opinion as if it were indisputable fact. Mr. Mudd, you employed this fallacy when you stated without proof that androids are inferior to humans in all ways. You further stated that it was true because that's the way things are. Such unsupported assertions are not valid arguments since they provide no proof of their contentions. When reasoning correctly, it is important to provide true premises and actual support of those premises, instead of simply stating a conclusion and expecting it to be accepted as somehow intrinsic.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as ipse dixit, also known as the fallacy of the bare assertion. It's only logical. Lieutenant Jacaro, please prepare for the release of the occupant of cell K7.
Yes, sir. I will take care of that right away.
Hattie, I find that small, valuable items such as spick and flame gems or flasks of Antarian glow water are excellent items to sell.
Ah, Cyrano, why do you say that?
Well, because everyone thinks that they are. Ask any person and he'll agree that small, valuable items are excellent items to sell.
You are wrong there, Cyrano. You are using the ad populum fallacy by saying everyone knows that small items are excellent trade goods. That's a logical fallacy, so you are wrong, sir.
So, small, valuable items aren't excellent trade goods?
No, they cannot be good products to trade in, my good man. Your argument was invalid. Thus, your conclusion can't be true. Simple logic, sir.
Oh, all right then. I guess so.
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happened to overhear your remarks. Yes, Mr. Spock. The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the argument from fallacy, also known as the bad reasons fallacy.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. It employs the formal fallacy of analyzing an argument and inferring that, since it contains a fallacy, its conclusion must be false. Mr. Mudd, you employed this fallacy when you rejected Mr. Jones's conclusion that small valuable items are excellent trade goods, because he fallaciously reasoned that everyone thought they were. However, fallacious arguments can arrive at true conclusions, so even though he did not prove his conclusion, you did not disprove it either, especially since you gave no argument other than stating that his argument was incorrect.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the argument from fallacy, or the bad reasons fallacy. It's only logical.
I can't believe the chemistry section won the efficiency award.
Why? They improved efficiency by 21%. Your section improved by 19%.
Yes, but we lost. They won.
You should be happy that both sections improved efficiency by so much over last quarter. Plus,
our section lost the competition.
Plus, your astronomy section also increased efficiency by almost as much. That's really good for the ship.
If our improvement were only a bit better, we would have won.
Well, that's true, but...
Excuse me, gentlemen, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Jacarl, is not logical. In fact, you are exhibiting a cognitive bias.
I thought he was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Mr. Thrax, but bias is affecting his judgment. Mr. Jacarl, when you expressed your displeasure at losing the competition for most efficient section in the science department, you showed a zero-sum bias since you were thinking that the competition was like a race in which there was one winner with all the others being losers. Zero-sum bias is a cognitive bias that manifests when people tend to intuitively judge that a situation is zero-sum, that is, one winner and one loser, even when this is not the case. Mr. Jacarl, you exhibited the zero-sum bias when you stated that your section's losing of the efficiency competition was a bad thing, when in reality both departments increased efficiency, albeit one section saw a greater increase in efficiency than the other. Crew efficiency is not a relay race. Zero-sum bias sees the situation as win-lose, when it may be possible to be win-win.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I will endeavor to use better reasoning in the future.
That would be best. Even if it seems that one is thinking rationally, one must always strive to avoid giving in to cognitive biases, such as the zero-sum bias. These biases are systematic patterns of deviation from rationality and judgment, causing judgments to be made in an illogical fashion. Care must be taken to mitigate these biases to ensure proper reasoning. It's only logical. Mr. Alicombe, please ensure that the personal effects for the occupant of cell M7 are forwarded to Centauri Prime.
Yes, right away, sir.
Harry, are you certain?
Yes, CJ. I think the merchants from Federation planets should have their cargo inspected upon entering Federation space.
Oh, I thought you had previously said that merchants from non-Federation worlds shouldn't have to submit their cargo for inspection.
You are correct there, Cyrano. They shouldn't have to.
So, Federation-based merchants should undergo inspection, but not those from non-Federation worlds?
Indubitably, sir.
I guess so. Doesn't seem fair, though.
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks. Yes, Mr. Spock. The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacious reasoning practice of the double standard.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. It employs the informal fallacy of applying a double standard. Mr. Mudd, you employ this biased and unjust reasoning practice, in which hypocritical, biased, and/or unfair attitudes are used, whereby different sets of principles are applied for situations that are in principle the same. When two or more people, groups, organizations, circumstances, or events are treated differently, even though they should be treated the same, it is considered improper reasoning. Having a double standard is not fair because two different standards are applied to two different groups.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit improper reasoning practices, such as applying an unfair double standard. It's only logical.
Lieutenant Commander Stevens thinks that a larger percentage of the prize money given out after captured ships were plundered by the Empire should be given to the department that discovered the opportunity.
That's Stevens. In his eyes, the old way of distributing prize money to members of the ship's crew, according to rank, wasn't good enough. No, Stevens favors the new way because most of the time, it is his intelligence department that discovers new conquest opportunities.
So, Stevens thinks that maybe a greater share should go to the section of the crew that identified the potential prize in the first place. That seems fair.
Sure he does. His department of spies stands to make a huge profit most of the time. Stevens is transparent.
Well, I guess you're right.
I, of course, overheard your remarks. Yes, sir.
Sir.
The argument you are employing, Chief Sulu, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the appeal to motive, or arguing that there's a vested interest.
I thought Security Chief Sulu was very persuasive.
That may be so, Navigator, but the form of the argument is invalid. The appeal to motive seeks to refute an opposing arguer's contention, simply on the basis that the arguer may benefit in some way from their contention being adopted. But, sir, I only... If I may continue. The fact that a person may gain a benefit from a situation does not mean that any case they make for that situation is necessarily in error. When reasoning correctly, Chief Sulu, it is important to provide true premises and actual evidence instead of simply dismissing the opposing argument because the opponent may have a vested interest. The appeal to motive is also a fallacy of relevance since it fails to address the actual proposition in question. Your argument, Mr. Sulu, commits this fallacy and is therefore invalid.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I will use better judgment in the future.
That would be advisable.
Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the appeal to motive or suggesting there's a vested interest.
It's only logical. Return to your duties.
All right, you all have your orders.
Captain, we've just achieved standard orbit of Ouroboros 2. All decks report ready to begin the operation.
Acknowledge, Mr. Sulu. We'll begin at 1400 hours. I'm on my way. Let's go, Uhura.
Yes, sir.
Captain Kirk, what a leader, in charge of the entire ship and crew. We should all take turns commanding the ship.
How come?
It would be great if we could all lead the crew, wouldn't it?
I guess. But wouldn't we risk failing a mission? Because only the senior command staff is qualified to be the leader.
It doesn't matter. Each of us being a leader would be amazing. Imagine that.
I guess so. It would be exciting.
Excuse me, ladies. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, Nurse, is not logical. In fact,
it exhibits the fallacy of wishful thinking or unrealistic optimism.
I thought she was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Yeoman, but her argument is invalid.
Wishful thinking is the formation of beliefs and making decisions according to what might be pleasing to imagine, instead of by appealing to rationality, evidence, or reality. It is a product of resolving conflicts between belief and desire, in addition to being a cognitive bias and a poor way of making decisions. Wishful thinking is commonly held to be a specific informal fallacy in an argument when it is assumed that because we wish something to be true or false, it is actually true or false. This fallacy has the form, I wish that P were true or false. Therefore, P is true or false.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Oh, I should reassess my thinking.
That would be best.
Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as wishful thinking or unrealistic optimism.
It's only logical.
We should change to 4 ships per day instead of 3.
Why do you say that?
3 shifts a day would be better. Safety aboard ship is key and should never be sidelined even for personnel staffing decisions.
Safety, huh? Yeah, that's important. But what does that have to do with the number of shifts?
That's right. 3 shifts instead of 4. You can't compromise safety.
I guess you're right.
I'll mention it to the department head when we get back to the ship.
Excuse me, gentlemen, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Jacaro, is not logical.
In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the red herring, also known as a diversionary tactic.
I thought he was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Mr. Thrax, but the form of the argument is invalid. Red herrings are statements mentioned in an argument that mislead or distract from a relevant or important issue. As an informal fallacy, the red herring falls into a broad class of relevance fallacies. Unlike the straw man, which is premised on a distortion of the other party's position, the red herring is a seemingly plausible, though ultimately irrelevant, diversionary tactic. The fallacy is due to the fact that the misleading or distractionary statements used within the argument are not relevant to the issue being discussed, and therefore not valid premises.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I will endeavor to use better reasoning in the future.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and
that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the red herring fallacy, which is a diversionary tactic.
It's only logical. Lieutenant Gam, please verify that the Navigation Department provides an updated course to the homeworld of the occupant of Cell H2 prior to his release.
Yes, Mr. Spock. I'll take care of that right away.
So, Cyrano, you're back from sickbay. What did the good doctor have to say about your heart?
Dr. McCoy said I have to make sure and get plenty of rest after my heart surgery. He emphasized that medicine can only go so far.
I don't think that's true, Cyrano. The body in medical terms is very much like a machine. You have to give the proper fuel. To keep it running, you have to replace worn-out parts, or repair those parts. But where do you improve any machine by letting it sit idle?
Well, I don't know about that. But he stressed that getting plenty of rest was crucial if I was to get back to full health.
That's nonsense, Cyrano. You don't rest a machine to make it run better.
I guess that's right. But,
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks.
Yes, Mr. Spock.
The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the false analogy, or the fallacy of the incorrect comparison.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. A false analogy is an incorrect application of the valid reasoning method of reasoning via analogy. Analogies are commonly used for illustrative purposes to make a complex process or idea easier to understand. Correct analogical reasoning draws a comparison on the basis of what is known, and proceeds to assume that the unknown parts may also be similar. The fallacy consists in assuming that because two things are alike in one or more respects, they are necessarily alike in some other respect, with that added aspect going beyond the apt comparison that prompted the analogy. Further, analogies become false or faulty when they are thus overextended or presented as conclusive proof. Mr. Mudd, you employed this fallacy when you suggested that because the body was in some respects like a machine, and since one does not repair a machine by resting it, one should also not need to rest a body to recuperate. But the analogy breaks down, since machines are incapable of healing as human bodies can, and that healing is aided by rest and lack of exertion.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the faulty analogy or the false comparison. It's only logical.
Serving on board a starship sure provides ample opportunity for real space exploration. I'm interested in rogue planets. They're exceedingly rare, especially ones with an atmosphere. It's amazing, isn't it, that we've come across a rogue planet drifting through the sector. Yeah, and did you hear? There are animals living on that rogue planet. Really? I know there's a survey team running scans on the surface, but I hadn't heard that. Well, they detected there's life down there, and some life forms are animals. Huh? I guess that makes sense. I know. Imagine that. Animals on a rogue planet. How amazing.
Excuse me, crewman, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Walking Bear, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the formal fallacy of the undistributed middle, a syllogistic fallacy.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may seem so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. The undistributed middle is a formal fallacy that is committed when the middle term in a categorical syllogism is not distributed in either the minor premise or the major premise. According to the rules of logic, a term is distributed when a sentence says something about everything the term designates. In the argument, all horses have 4 legs, and all dogs have 4 legs. Therefore, all horses are dogs. Both horses and dogs are 4-legged, but no statement was made about the whole class of 4-legged beings. Mr. Walking Bear, you made the same error when you stated that since life was detected on the planet, that life was animal life. Your argument went thus: there are life forms on the planet. Some life forms are animals. Therefore, the life on the planet is animal life. That is incorrect reasoning.
Thank you, Mr. Spock. Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the formal fallacy of the undistributed middle. It's only logical.
What do you think about giving prisoners in the ship's brig more than 1 meal a day?
I'm against it. If they are given more food per day, then next they'll want weekends off, and then conjugal visits with their wives. No, I'm against it.
But the doctor says they're having health issues because they're only eating once a day. It doesn't seem unreasonable to give them 2 meals a day, does it?
It is unreasonable. If we give prisoners 2 meals a day this week, then next week they're going to ask for even more privileges. And by the week after next, they will be running the ship. No, they are prisoners and they only get 1 meal a day.
Well, I guess you're right.
I, of course, overheard your remarks.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
The argument you are employing, Chief Sulu, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the slippery slope.
I thought Security Chief Sulu was very persuasive.
That may be so, Navigator, but the form of the argument is invalid. The slippery slope fallacy occurs when a party asserts that a relatively small first step will undoubtedly lead to a chain of related events culminating in some significant, usually negative, effect.
But sir, I only...
If I may continue. The core of the slippery slope argument is the contention that a specific decision under debate is likely to result in unintended consequences. Chief Sulu, you committed this fallacy when you held that even allowing a second meal to prisoners would be more than enough to consequentially lead to very bad results.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I will use better judgment in the future.
That would be advisable. And Navigator Chekhov, regardless of any slippery slope considerations, the prisoner rations will not be increased, because they are prisoners and they are being punished.
Yes, sir.
Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the slippery slope. It's only logical. Return to your duties. The artifacts you've uncovered prove that these ruins do belong to the lost civilization of Paralon. Lieutenant Ress, run scans of the twisted wreckage of that ancient anti-gravity building to the east. We still have no idea what caused this empire's collapse.
Yes, Mr. Spock. I think they should change the settings on the inertial dampers. We really got shook up during that last ion storm. Why are they here?
Oh, that mild buffeting? That was nothing. It could have been much worse.
Yes, but it's still a good idea to adjust the dampers. Less buffeting equals less damage and injuries.
The shaking was not as bad as what we experienced on the Scout Hermes during my midshipman cruise. Oh my, now that was real shaking.
Is that so? Well, I guess it could have been worse.
That's for sure.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
Hold up, let me tell y'all something. You can't tell me nothing.
Everybody, so what are we doing and what have we done? During the period of COVID, the NASA family never missed a beat. Nobody does it better. And by the way, good paying jobs that they create. Everybody, are you ready? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for that? Everybody, are you ready? 322-foot mega moon rocket. Are you ready, buddy? Are you ready for that? And our eyes were fixed on this iconic American building. The 322-foot mega moon rocket. It began inching its way out of that 322-foot big vehicle assembly building before its first flight around the moon. And it is symbolic of our work. And that's what NASA does best. That's what we do best. And nobody does it better. That opening video showed how our agency is inventing, how it's igniting imaginations. And NASA's $26 billion fiscal
Bros, don't play something in the middle of something. Wait till the current thing finishes. Cool.
Hold up, let me tell y'all something. You can't tell me nothing.
Everybody, so what are we doing and what have we done? During the period of COVID, the NASA family never missed a beat. Nobody does it better. And by the way, good paying jobs that they create. Everybody, are you ready? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for that? Everybody, are you ready? 322-foot mega moon rocket. Are you ready, buddy? Are you ready for that? And our eyes were fixed on this iconic American building. The 322-foot mega moon rocket. It began inching its way out of that 322-foot big vehicle assembly building before its first flight around the moon. And it is symbolic of our work. And that's what NASA does best. That's what we do best. And nobody does it better. That opening video showed how our agency is inventing, how it's igniting imaginations. And NASA's $26 billion fiscal year budget for 23, it's a request from the president, from us, and it is a significant increase over last year's budget. In fact, it's 8% more than the enacted federal spending levels, the appropriation bill, from fiscal year 22. It's the largest request for science in NASA history. For science, but greater than any number or statistic or a fact is what this budget request represents. It's an investment in the business and the corporations and the universities that all partner with NASA in all 50 states. And by the way, good paying jobs that they create. It's going to help our nation. It's going to help the world. It's going to address climate change. And it underscores STEM education, and it promotes diversity and equity. And it expresses confidence in this extraordinary workforce that we have that makes NASA, you know it, the best place in the federal government to work. Now, the pandemic, it really challenged us unlike anything ever before. It challenged us professionally. And during the period of COVID, the NASA family never missed a beat, never served to the country that we keep pushing forward, NASA's new vision statement. This time we took it seriously, what the vision statement is. Hope had the world on the edge of their streets during 322 million-mile voyage. 344 single points of failure. Skeptics focused in on everything that could go wrong, but oh, what a science team we have at NASA. And they poured everything into it, and it worked. And it's worked so far even better than planned.
I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more.
Chemist and proponent of intelligent design James Tour wasn't a fan of the
You know that I have not been a proponent of intelligent design.
And proponent of intelligent design James Tour.
I just thought it'd be fun to have like a little persona, you know, Professor Dave. It's just, you know, a little name.
You know, I don't have a PhD in chemistry or anything, but I, you know, did work in, you know, I took courses with laboratory components as an undergrad, and then I did most of a master's in synthetic organic chemistry.
But I didn't really last long. I dropped out in my second semester. I wanted to move up to San Francisco and play music. And then I moved down to Los Angeles, again, for music opportunities. And but I eventually got this teaching job for organic chemistry at this little trade university. It was a pretty lucky break because with a bachelor's degree, I was only supposed to teach the laboratory portion. But on the first day, the lecture instructor had this freak out. He just took off. And so my boss came up to me and he said, look, you got to go teach the lecture. There's nobody here. They offered me the job permanently, but contingent on me getting a master's at the same time. So I went over to Cal State Northridge to give a second shot at a master's degree in chemistry,
and found that I really hated it. I really didn't like it at all. Do not enjoy doing chemistry.
But through a bunch of bureaucracy, quite frankly, I lost that job, so I had to withdraw yet again from the master's program. A lot of you ask very incredulously, "Are you a real professor?" I sit literally in this room like 60 to 70 hours a week, and I chose the name really without much thought. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek, to be honest. I just thought it'd be fun to have like a little persona, you know, Professor Dave. It's just, you know, a little name. They offered me the job through a bunch of bureaucracy. I lost that job. I chose the name. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek, to be honest.
So, and even at that time, I had no interest in being a chemist. Do not enjoy doing chemistry. I really hate it.
Professor Dave, it's just, you know, a little name.
was a kid, nobody was nice. I was 6 years old. I found out there's no such thing as Alpo baby food. I mean, I don't get no respect from anyone.
Yeah, girl. I see you over there staring at me like Karen B. Why don't you come on over here before I get up and flat smack you? The very first time I saw you, it was snowing. Standing in line to get tested for COVID. Before you know it, Jackie May started to grow on me. Ever expanding, yo, the more she would blow on me. Gave her HIV and she gave her COVID to me. Took away my breath, now I won't even breathe. Swear I'll never ever look at another girl again, unless the girl happens to be a girlfriend. Caught in a whirlwind of cartoon violence, like my boy Soul 7. Yo, I'm hard to silence, but her scarlet eyelids melt my heart away. Now it's hard to say how long we've been together. When's our anniversary? Yo, I don't know whenever. She happens to be clever and start reminding me. Put my blinders on or she'll be blinding me. All the times that we gotten crazy ass fights, I beat Flat Nasty's ass. Yeah, you may be right, I get no respect. And all the ladies be like, they call me Flat Knee, Mother Loving Dangerfield. You can track me but never know the pain I feel. This ain't no Fortnite, baby, I don't play for real. Till one of our blood done stained the steel. I'm losing my mind like NASA data. Ask James from modern day, I'm a masturbator. And I'm a crash the data and give Macintosh a virus. Still walking barefoot while you rock Osiris. And I can talk all night about the cash NASA stole on the Baby Truth show with a Jack the asshole. You mean Jake the asshole? I don't take Tabasco on my pineapple and Target when I eat them whole. Yo, grapefruit goes out to Karen B. When I'm high on Jeranism, she's always staring at me. Not to mention how Pharisees precariously, nefariously trying to be embarrassing me. They call me Flat Knee, Mother Loving Dangerfield. Have you heard the way he raps? Yeah, it's strange for real. Pittsburgh stole my mind to use my brain for steel. Call it Coriolis going down the drain for real. All the pain I feel inside of my noggin, Lithuanian baby, and it made me froggy. They say I'm crazy ass piss. The astronauts drink, I'm attacking my shrink wrapped in foil psychology. Jackie May never knows she owes me an apology. I pour my soul into this song, baby, it's all of me. They call me Flat Knee, Mother Loving Dangerfield. I get no respect, baby, this pain's for real. This ain't no Halo, I don't play no games for real. I hope none of our blood done stained the steel. They call me Flat Knee, Mother Loving Dangerfield. I get no respect, baby, this pain's for real. It's really, really real. It's really, really for real. Super real. I'm out. Super duper real. I'm out. Don't forget to ride. Have a safe flight.
I tell you, Johnny, I told you it's tough to be funny when you're coming off drugs, I'll tell you that.
I want to thank you all for coming. Rodney King has this to say to all the people of Los Angeles and all the people of the cities of the United States so caught up in this horror and hate. The killing, the burning, the looting, the chaos must stop now. The time for healing is upon us. Rodney King has prepared a very brief statement. Rodney?
Yo. I asked the guys at Kaiser Permanente, yo, how high's the skies? Fuck, Permanente, yo. I asked the guys at Kaiser Permanente, yo, how high's the skies? Fuck, Permanente. We ass backwards in this country we living backwards in. I'm doing acrobatics to keep up with acronyms, doing backflips till all the fat is trimmed. I'm back, it's him. Ain't no one as flat as him. Ain't no one attacking him. Rick, Rob Skiba, I ain't on either team. Ask Ron and Reba, he's the doggone reason why I'm high on ether. Went to an FE conference trying to find a speaker, like a crack house, trying to find a tweaker. My mind is either halfway gone by the time you listen to half this song. I drank the weed water and I cracked the bong. Your ass is gone. Nah, I'm barely coming, riding bareback on the prairie, humming, demon hunting at CERN, but they can barely summon the courage to even carve a scary pumpkin. Don't bump into me when I'm on a rampage. Stomach so hungry, I just ate this damn page. Yo, I asked the guys at Kaiser Permanente, yo, how high's the skies? Permanente. Yo, I just lost my pencil, now I'm off the mental gymnastics. You NASA fanboys into to get your mind to think the earth is a ball flat out. Since my birth I've been raw. Fa la 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 la. Yo, I'ma deck the halls with buds of chronic. Wreck these balls and these NASA rockets. 50 million a day, they better have fat pockets. All these hearts go out to flat earth fucker, if it's even true. But I ain't here to argue. So regardless of all the money NASA stole, me and Jeranism and Jake the asshole ate a bunch of shrooms and went inside the rabbit hole. Man, what the hell you talking about? I don't even know. Yo, I asked the guys at Kaiser Permanente, yo, how high's the skies? Fuck Permanente, yo. I asked the guys at Kaiser Permanente, yo, how high's the skies? Fuck Permanente. I'm killing these raps like Michelle Fowler's husband. I'm filling up this gas like a vacuum suction, spilling all this crap till the facts don't function. Like Belinda's jab when it packs a punch in, filling up your blood with this nano substance. The only shot I'll ever get is from these ammo gun clips. Banana done split when I went up shit creek without a paddle in the Amazon River Phoenix as it was rising with Blue Origin with a crew inside it. If you don't know by now, please excuse my silence. 1,000 pictures ain't worth a few words I'm writing. My verbs are smitten to uncurve your vision. They call it sea level, cause the curve is missing. I thirst for wisdom while you slurp the pissin'. Sergeant acid cup that you got for Christmas. Fa la 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 la. Ha ha, yo, I'm cracking up, check it. I asked the guys on the ISS, yo, how you like your coffee milk? We like it breast, yo. I asked the guys on the ISS, yo, what part of a little boy do you like best, yo? We tap the chrome and we scrap the rest, yo. This is the Rodney Skiba song, can't we all just get along, yo? This is the Rodney Skiba song, can't we all just get along, yo? This is the Rodney Skiba song, can't we all just get along, yo? I asked the guys at Kaiser Permanente, yo, how high's the skies? Permanente. This is the Rodney Skiba song. Can't we all just get along? Can't we all just get?
Can we all get along? Can we get along? Can we stop making it horrible for the older people and the kids?
Yo, I smoked pot once and it made me loaded, and I smoked pot twice and it gave me COVID, and I hotboxed the house and my brain reloaded. Yo, shot goes out to plain decoded. Listen up, kids. Listen up, kids. Listen up, kids all across the land. This is the thought today. Stephen COVID Hawking band. Me and Stephen, believe me, we got this, man. I've never seen Shiver, and he's not gonna stand. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment in space-time that you've all been waiting for. I'd like to introduce a special guest we have here this evening. Joining us tonight, playing on the straw flute and the grand piano. Just keep the low beams on at all times so they don't close me down at night like a bar with no drinks. We do an AA meeting just to shatter their faith. Saturday saints walking barefoot while you stay mask in your face till eventually all your masculinity breaks down like solid waste drains into a lake. And if you're still sipping lattes the astronauts make, you couldn't stomach the fact that NASA's fake. Critics say my rap sucks like the vacuum of space. Adjacent to Amy's gas, pressure debates. And if the jab was medicine, you was pressure to take. The deep scabs are shedding wherever they lay like Apollo 11's confetti parade. Build a wall if you want to make America great, or just pay Bill Gates to build a gate. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. These mass talks get so exasperated. Follow me around Target, asking, hey, did I want to put a mask on? Cause that's what they did. So if all your friends got vaccinated, like 100%, yeah, gladly take it. Well, I'm a son of a bitch, handsome maybe. You loving the piss that today becomes somehow decaffeinated. Like the astronauts, having the spaceship ready to drink by tomorrow. How amazing! By now I'm wowing the crowd and the ladies all get aroused. When I talk about space, pennies falling on the ground when I'm on a debate. Till eventually they want to slap me in the face. Liberation warp speed, I don't need any brakes. Until the wheels fall off, I don't feel any shakes. This airplane spray is peeling the paint. Everything you were taught, not's real is fake. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a standing ovation. Let's hear it again for Latter-day Saint. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. Sea level line always looks straight to me. Big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. Sea level line always looks straight to me. A big waste of time they get paid to be. If you need medicine just to live, then you're living on the medicine they love to give. Your freedom is something that they love to strip. Try breathing through a mask when it's 110 degrees outside. It's a shovel and shit. Well, that's astronauts are smuggling kids. No wonder why Greg says I'm a son of a bitch, cause I never forget about these events. If you think you need medicine just to live, then you're living on medicine they love to give. Get hungry enough and you'll be jumping ship. Justify it by saying, no, it's just a chip. Only thing I don't trust is the government. Doctor's office is ground zero for a kid. No wonder why Craig says I'm a piece of shit, cause I never forget to speak at these events. And if you think you need medicine just to live, then you're living on medicine they love to give. I get awfully nauseous when I'm near a syringe. I'm a Baraka, and I'm nearly unhinged. These buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our show. So until next time, can I have another round of applause for the Flatter-day Stephen COVID Hawking Man? Everybody, please stand. Everybody except Stephen. He may stay seated. I hope that doesn't get deleted. Play this song or repeat it. Yo, Steve Grant, let's do that. Diet Woke too. I'm the man for the job, homie. I'm the man, homie. Latter-day Saints, aka Flat Nasty. This has been the Latter-day Saints show.
artifacts you've uncovered prove that these ruins do belong to the lost civilization of Paralon. Lieutenant Ress, run scans of the twisted wreckage of that ancient anti-gravity building to the east. We still have no idea what caused this empire's collapse.
Yes, Mr. Spock. I think they should change the settings on the inertial dampers. We really got shook up during that last ion storm on our way here.
Oh, that mild buffeting? That was nothing. It could have been much worse.
Yes, but it's still a good idea to adjust the dampers. Less buffeting equals less damage and injuries.
The shaking was not as bad as what we experienced on the Scout Hermes during my midshipman cruise. Oh my, now that was real shaking.
Is that so? Well, I guess it could have been worse.
That's for sure.
Excuse me, gentlemen, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The reasoning you are employing, Mr. Sulu, is not logical. In fact, you are exhibiting the fallacy of not as bad as, also known as the fallacy of relative privation.
His suggestions seem to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of his argument is invalid. The tactic of not as bad as is an informal fallacy in which one dismisses an argument due to what are perceived to be more important problems. Mr. Sulu, you employed this fallacy when you ignored Ensign Chekhov's argument in favor of adjusting the inertial dampeners by simply stating that the shaking was not as bad as it might be. You did not refute that the shaking may be severe enough to require the dampeners to be adjusted. Thus, you committed a fallacy of relevance since you did not address his position at all. The problem with the fallacy of relative privation, or not as bad as, is that it ignores the opponent's argument, which may be valid, in favor of a viewpoint that, even if their position were valid, it is not worthy of discussing in light of how good the current situation is compared to some worst-case scenario.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as not as bad as, or the fallacy of relative privation. It's only logical. Mr. Leslie, it is of paramount importance that the occupant of cell D2 does not escape. Increase the security contingent to 3 full-time guards until further notice.
Yes, Commander. I'll see to it personally, sir.
Excellent. Carry on.
I think that the new Orion Syndicate should never become involved in armed conflicts,
What if the situation is a dire emergency? Like if a group of people are in immediate danger of being taken over by the dictator.
It doesn't matter. The Syndicate has reformed their old ways and shouldn't get involved. There's no reason.
Of course there are reasons. Aside from being conquered by a dictator, there's famine or medical emergencies during wars. You have to agree that trade organizations will always need to get involved in wars to ensure freedom and combat famine and medical emergencies.
I don't agree. They never should. Never, sir.
You're wrong. How will the Syndicate deal with those situations without becoming involved with war?
I don't have to explain. I'm entitled to my opinion. Everyone has the right to their own opinion, sir.
Yes, of course. But what about...
You have your viewpoint, and I have mine.
Well, I guess so.
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks.
Yes, Mr. Spock.
The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, you are resting on your right to an opinion instead of putting forth an argument for your contention.
But I don't have to explain my opinion.
Yes, you do. if you expect to engage in reasonable discourse about a particular controversy. I'm entitled to my opinion is a logical fallacy in which a person discredits any opposition by claiming that they are entitled to their own opinion. This logical fallacy is often presented as, let's agree to disagree. When reasoning correctly, it is important to provide true premises and actual evidence instead of simply dismissing the opposing argument because you have an opposing viewpoint. The I'm entitled to my opinion fallacy is also a fallacy of relevance, since it fails to address the actual proposition in question.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock. Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as, I'm entitled to my opinion, or let's agree to disagree. It's only logical.
What engine design specs state that if the dilithium crystals weren't fractured and the test equipment used is within calibration, then the only way the engine efficiency could be below 20% would be if the articulation array was out of alignment?
Sir, the engines have been operating at less than 20% efficiency over the last duty shift.
Aye, then the only way the engines can be operating at less than 20% would be if the articulation array was out of alignment. Well, the dilithium crystals aren't fractured, and we just checked, and if the test equipment is in calibration, therefore, the articulation array must be out of alignment.
That's right. The procedure to conduct a realignment of the articulation array states that we need to remove the crystals temporarily, make sure that we haven't been at warp for more than 2 hours, and we have to first reduce power consumption by 15%.
Aye. Well, we haven't been at warp for more than 3 hours, and therefore all we have to do is reduce power by 15%, remove the crystals, and then we can perform the realignment of the articulation frame.
Right. I'll contact the bridge to reduce power by at least 15%. Excuse me, gentlemen, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Commander.
I am very impressed. The logical arguments you two were employing were perfectly valid, and in fact, are exemplars of sound reasoning.
Why, thank you, sir.
Mr. Scott and Mr. Sulu, the reasoning you exhibited was perfectly valid. The two of you each put forth a logical argument containing 2 or more premise statements and a conclusion statement. In your arguments, the premises logically imply the conclusion. Then, in each case, you put forth evidential statements attesting to the truth of each premise in your respective arguments. Finally, you stated since your premises were true and implied your conclusions, therefore your conclusions were true. Once again, you are to be commended, gentlemen, on your perfect use of logic.
I appreciate that, Mr. Spock.
Aye, in engineering especially, proper logical reasoning is essential.
Well said, Mr. Scott. When reasoning correctly, one must use a correct form of an argument, which contains 2 or more premise statements that logically imply the concluding statement. Then, one must show that each premise is true. If this is done, the conclusion must be true. It's only logical.
Where do you think the captain is going to put in for shore leave?
It'll be Wrigley's Pleasure Planet.
What makes you think that?
I don't think. I know. Because everyone on deck 6 and 7 thinks so. They can't all be wrong, can they?
Well, I don't know.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad populum, also known as appeal to the majority.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Your argument exhibits the fallacy of attempting to prove a conclusion, on the grounds that all or most people think or believe it is true. The main problem with arguments using this fallacy is the fact that many people agreeing on something does not prove what they all agree on is true. Belief is not proof, even if many people believe. You use this fallacy with your statement that we are going to spend shore leave on Wrigley's Pleasure Planet because everyone on decks 6 and 7 believed that we were.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad populum, the appeal to the majority. It's only logical.
Sensor sweep pattern Charlie 4 is the best way to find cloaked scout ships in an asteroid field.
I don't know. I always thought that pattern Sierra 1 was better.
No. Finding cloaked ships in asteroid fields is essential if you're defending supply convoys. Sensor sweep pattern Charlie 4 is where you set the Tetryon threshold at level 4 and the anti-lepton permissivity level at maximum. Then dial up the former as you dial down the latter.
Okay.
Defending convoys is very important when cloaked ships may be around, so it's best to use sensor sweep pattern Charlie 4 to detect any cloaked ships in asteroid fields.
Oh, I see.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of ignoratio elenchi, also known as the irrelevant conclusion.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Mr. Sulu's argument exhibits the fallacy of attempting to prove a conclusion that is not pertinent and quite different from the intended or required conclusion. A valid argument is one in which a number of premise statements are presented that support the acceptance of the conclusion statement. Helmsman, your argument was invalid because your premises were irrelevant to your conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as ignoratio elenchi, the irrelevant conclusion. It's only logical.
What an escape. Captain Kirk is the best starship captain in the fleet. That's why he was assigned command of the Federation's flagship.
He's great, all right, but I don't know that he's the best.
They gave him command of the flagship because no other captain was as good as he is. Captain Kirk is the Enterprise's commander, and the Enterprise is the Federation's flagship, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Well, that proves it. Captain Kirk is the best starship captain in the fleet. That's why he was assigned command of the Federation's flagship.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of petitio principii, also known as circular reasoning or begging the question. The argument seems to make sense. That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. Arguments employing this fallacy all assume a premise statement which has the same meaning as the conclusion. You essentially were saying that Captain Kirk is the best starship captain in the fleet, and assigned to Starfleet's flagship because no other captain was as good as he is. You employed circular reasoning because the phrase no other captain was as good as he is the same as saying he is the best starship captain in the fleet. Oh,
indeed. That is not to say that Captain Kirk is not the best captain in the fleet, Lieutenant. I believe he is. It's just that your argument does nothing to prove it.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as petitio principii, or begging the question. It's only logical.
Have you heard that the landing tractor beam in the shuttlecraft hangar deck is malfunctioning again? No, I hadn't. It takes quite a while to repair it each time. Yes. I wish we would stop landing the heavy shuttles on patrol first, before the scout ships. Why? Because every time we land the heavy shuttles before the scout ships, the landing tractor beam soon breaks down.
I don't know. Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of cum hoc ergo propter hoc. In other words, false cause, or correlation is not causality. The argument seems to make sense. That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. An argument committing this fallacy attempts to establish a causal connection between one event and another event that just happens to occur before it. Just because one event follows another on a number of occasions does not mean that the first event caused the second. Your argument commits this fallacy and is therefore not valid. Thank you, Commander Spock. Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as cum hoc ergo propter hoc, or false cause. It's only logical.
Lieutenant Clayton said we should begin the calibration of the transporter system by confirming the alignment of some of the Heisenberg compensators. That won't work. If we realign all the Heisenberg compensators, we won't finish the calibration during our shift. With all due respect to Lieutenant Clayton, we'll have to do it a different way, because his idea is all wrong. Is that right? Is that what Clayton meant? Realign all the compensators. That would take all day. Lieutenant Clayton is wrong then. The whole cal shouldn't take but 3 hours.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the straw man fallacy. In other words, misrepresenting the opposing argument. The argument seems to make sense. That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. Arguments employing this fallacy attack a position via a misrepresentation of the opponent's viewpoint. The straw man argument restates and often oversimplifies an opponent's position, and then attacks that hollow argument. Lieutenant Kyle, you stated that Lieutenant Clayton was wrong because he suggested realigning all of the Heisenberg compensators. In fact, Mr. Clayton's contention was that the alignment of some of the compensators should be checked. Some of them checked, not all of them realigned. The straw man argument is also a fallacy of relevance, since it fails to address the actual proposition in question.
That makes sense. Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as the straw man argument, or misrepresenting the opposing argument. It's only logical.
What's going on?
We can't.
I keep playing stuff. Morning, Gospel.
Howdy.
Howdy, howdy.
Where is that?
Howdy.
Howdy. Welcome, Casper. Would you like to say hello? Hi, Casper. Your way.
Goodbye.
Did you say goodbye? Amazing. Only the highest caliber of folks, I tell you what.
Okay, now my wife's gone. I can talk now. Unless you don't want to talk to me.
What?
I said, unless you don't want to talk to me. I'm here.
I am here as well. Trying to look into what's being said. What's this guy's name again? It's Cutter.
Did you say Cotter?
Cutter, the guy in the VC or the chat, the text chat.
They let him have it, huh? That's funny.
That's the claim. I can't find evidence of it. But. Well, whatever the case, Cutter's claim can't be anything that. Oh, there it is. I see. It was removed on January 28th. Cutter. I don't know if Cutter can hear me. People. Alrighty then.
Yep.
Greetings, Earthlings.
Greetings.
Hello.
Salutations. Shalom. Where's everybody at? Wow, it's quiet.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time. The waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. All around the world, look around, look around. Now if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. All around the world, look around, look around. Now if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. Light things rise up, heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning round, it makes us sick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth? Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on the spinning bar. It makes us sick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We've been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. 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 By a cosmic fairy tale.
Space Station is a serious place. We're doing serious research, scientific research and engineering research. We have a regenerative life support system, which is a fancy way of saying that we've got a toilet that you use and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is. And this is the kind of engineering research that we're doing on Space Station. It's needed so that when we go to Mars, we won't run out of water.
Serious, very serious. Chugga, 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 chugga. So serious. Chugga, 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 chugga. Fried grapes, huh?
Fried grapes. Chugga, chugga, chugga.
Chugga, chugga, chugga. It's right up there with deep fried watermelon.
Got left.
Mm-hmm.
So is it wrong to say that any theory can't surpass the nature of law? Is that one way to say it as well? Or am I...
Would that be a fair statement? That would...
When they apply gravity, but it's just a theory. But
that
still.
would be... I would say that would be accurate unless the law was actually wrong.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah.
Which means you were the first person to identify an exception to the natural law.
Yeah. So that was my thought about a guy the other day saying gravity. I said it's a theory. How can it surpass the nature of law that is settled? As when gravity, the theory of gravity, tries to violate that law.
Yeah, which law are you referring to, just out of curiosity?
Well, for example, the thermodynamics, when gravity holds, holds everything in to serve whatever. Yeah, and that, for example. So
Okay.
what I was asking is if it's a fair statement to say that in that regards.
Yeah.
I mean, for their part, to not be able to speak out like that, saying, "Oh, it's gravity." No, still violates the nature of law, as in that case.
Yeah, no, it would be probably necessary for their sake to say that theory violates the second law of thermodynamics, as opposed to just the word gravity, which is this mysterious supernatural thing in most people's minds. Supernatural, there you go.
Supernatural, yeah.
I mean, I think that sums it up. Most theories of gravity are supernatural. Not all of them are, but all of the ones touted by the mainstream science people
Mm-hmm.
very supernatural. Mm.
Yeah.
Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Felix and Captain, welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
How you doing, Chief?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you guys? Uh-oh. Thank you, Sonny. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. So, anybody else measure the Earth and seeing that it's flat? Or coming to a conclusion that it's flat? Uh-oh, I just spilled my coffee. Was it sealed? Yeah, but it keeps dripping.
Ah, that's the worst.
I don't got a hole under my. I don't have a hole under my lip. It just drip on past my lip.
I don't have a hole in my lip.
I wasn't thinking that you did have a hole in your lip, but that's interesting.
Yeah, I don't have any piercings on my lip, so.
Yeah. Good.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm here with Sonny. Sonny and I are chilling. We're gonna write some music, make some music real quick.
Cool.
Is that gospel?
Huh?
Hey, gospel. I was watching this video last night called, it's a channel on YouTube called Sudium, like PS or Sidium or something like that.
Okay.
And the guy that's doing the video sounds just like you. I was like really astonished. I'm like, that sounds just like Gospel Bearer. And let me, well, I'm not a Mind Machine, but
yeah, that's cool.
When I go on, I'll post a link. I posted it. I think I posted it yesterday. It was about shoot, what was that about? Uh-oh. Can't remember. I'll have to wait till I get on my machine.
Uh-oh.
Mute.
Oh, no. No. Mute.
If anybody's ever tried latte art.
I don't know what latte art is. I do.
It's where you steam milk, making sure that the bubbles are almost imperceivable, meaning the bubbles are so small you can't hardly see them without getting your eyeball like right next to them. But anyway, properly foamed or steamed milk, and then you pour it into espresso at a certain rate, and then towards the end you start drawing a design. It takes a combination of hand-eye coordination and skill, and there you go. Thank you. That's a fast or sped up version of latte art, but it requires.
Well, you can make it look like a flower, or
yeah. It requires a lot of coordination and practice. And anyway, imagining somebody actually accomplishing the AE map in latte art is it almost sends shivers, because wow, like latte art's not easy, and as you do the thing, it's usually very symmetrical. As you notice, there's a lot of symmetry involved. So to do an asymmetrical design would require some finesse, and you'd probably have to use utensils to draw it out and push the foam around manually as opposed to pour. Anyway, with that said, doing an AE map in a latte would be physically impossible by pouring. But it's still cool. Even though it's just, I guess somebody did that in Photoshop.
Oh.
Yes. That's an excellent example of drawing latte art.
Shit, the Harry Potter shit?
Yeah, that's intense.
Wow, that's crazy cool.
I feel like people that do that are savants in a way. I don't know.
It's just a person's. It's like, I don't know, bro. The way I see it, it's like it's the same thing as if you were gonna draw something. You see an image, and then you just put it on to what your on the mat.
Yeah.
on the canvas of what you're drawing on, or the surface of what you're drawing on. That's really nice.
Yeah. It's an art, and it's a skill, and yeah.
Hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. I'm your host, Master Chief. Man, you got Faded 24/7 Flat Earth. You got 24/7 Live, 24/7 Live 2. Cut the shit. J.E. Bergington, McGill Sosa. Man, why you gotta have a...
Come on, man.
What that?
Quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl. Oh man, that's so difficult to say.
Sorry.
No worries. Shalarumbo. All right. We'll be flat. Here we go. Global gospel bearer. How you doing? That is awesome. And I am so happy for everybody to join us here on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, where we talk about the 24/7. I mean, that we talk about the Earth being flat 24/7, because the measurements do not add up. The measurements are not 3,958.8 miles. You guys need to correct yourselves. And show us where the curvature's at, because everywhere we go, we do not see the curve. Thank you, everybody, and everybody, thank you. Sorry, that's my intro.
That's what I copy.
The good morning intro from yours truly, Master Chief.
I used to sit here.
Gospel Bear, can we hire him just to do this intro every morning?
You can hire him.
You know, I was figuring we could pay him twice what we all get paid. I'm figuring.
Yeah, well, that's fair.
Fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, with an intro like that,
In fact, here you can have everything I get paid, Master Chief.
Hey, I just love doing what I do.
I'll give you my portion.
Oh man, I just want to make sure everybody's treated equal.
Yeah. Come on down.
Yeah, like hello Vietnam. You guys remember that movie?
Good morning, Vietnam, or good morning, 24/7 Flat Earth.
Right, there you go.
The information received from such use of such server should be consumed at your own discretion only after consulting with your doctor. Only your doctor can determine if this information is right for you or not. Batteries not included. Your mileage may vary. Not legal.
He said batteries not included. Your mileage.
This is the all.
Your gas prices may vary from where you are going. Witnessing.
Earnings not typical. Results shown are not typical from the normal experience.
Batteries not included.
It was a weird movie. I don't know if anybody here ever saw that movie, but that was a weird one.
Which one?
The movie titled Batteries Not Included was a very unusual movie.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's a movie. It's 90s or something.
Oh yeah, like early 90s. Yeah, that was a good picture. I liked it. I have to pull that out again. I've not thought about that one in a long time, but that was funny. What? But anyway, anything interesting going on in here other than us pretending to be voiceover announcers for the morning?
Nope, not that I'm aware of.
In a world where everyone pretends there's windy water, there's one group, one community
In a world where zebras identify as plankton.
Yeah, I tell you what, that guy actually is one of my heroes, Don LaFontaine.
Oh, the in the world guy?
Oh yeah.
Gotcha.
He
Not the comedian.
Yeah, you know, it's actually really interesting because he didn't really have any kind of super talent or anything. He just had a voice. There was something about his voice that could punch through no matter what music was played over him. And that's the only reason he got used all those times. Was just because of that. And I guess the other reason is most of the voiceover announcers demanded to do the jobs at their own place, but he, on the other hand, had a driver that would take them to their studio. So all day long he would just ride from studio to studio, and he'd walk in and record it, and they pretty well just took whatever they gave him.
Oh my gosh. Sorry. This, I've never even heard this or seen this, but this was just shared in another room. Look at this. Look at this nonsense. Yeah.
What?
Now, apparently 3 years ago, they posted this article about Jupiter doesn't orbit the sun.
And it was doing that previously, or was they changed that statement?
Well, yeah, I mean that's not what I've learned in school.
Did you read that in Google? In Google, it was talking about this. They were saying that this professor, physicist, or whatever said that there was some kind of explosion in the sun, that it was to like Earth was in danger because of the sun's explosion.
Yeah, they say that.
And I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me, bro?"
They like to say anything they can to wrap people's minds around their fingers.
Shit up to where you're thinking that everything is gonna be oh my god, is the world's gonna come to an end, and then like by talking about the sun exploding and having stuff come over on Earth, like they're trying to put fear into people.
What up, platypus?
Good morning.
Guten Tag.
Actually, still Guten Morgen for me over here, but
oh, whoops. Leave it to this American to mess it up.
I'm sitting in some vicious traffic right now.
Mm.
Yeah.
It does happen.
Yes. Yes, it does.
How's SpaceX doing?
Oh, dude, it's doing. And I'm actually passing the airport right now, watching a couple planes take off while I sit in traffic.
Now, are those planes traveling forwards or backwards? I always get confused, with the whole spinning of the Earth and stuff.
Right. Yeah. It just depends on which reference frame you're viewing it from, and whether or not there's moisture in the air causing refraction.
Yep, the moisture. Enough moisture in the air for Don Petite to make a cup of coffee. Chugga, chugga, chugga.
I'm going through a tunnel. Can you still hear me?
Yep. Yeah. I've been in tunnels where I thought I should lose signal before too, back when I lived in DC, and lo and behold, I was able to hold a whole phone conversation. I was always confused how that worked.
Maybe they've got some extra powerful satellites up there now.
Yeah, that checks out. Earth penetrating satellites.
Space station is a serious place. We're doing serious research, scientific research and engineering research. We have a regenerative life support system, which is a fancy way of saying that we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you
make yourself a cup of coffee.
And this is the kind of engineering research that we're doing on space
with their
station.
pee-pee water.
So that when we go to Mars,
chugga,
we
chugga,
won't run out of
chugga.
water.
Chugga, chugga, chugga that pee-pee up on the space station. Literally, you always hear Glovers when they're trying to be real rude, like, oh, no flat earthers drink piss. It's like, I mean, some of them might, but all astronauts do in space. So,
but all the astronauts do. Yeah.
An astronaut and I drank my own piss just to see what it tasted like. What?
Well, they have to. They're on an expensive piece of equipment. They're hurtling towards the Earth. They're constantly falling.
Well, I got it from that one boxer. He drank. I heard that he drank his own urine. And then I was like, really? Does that work? So, I decided to drink a whole lot of water and not eat anything and fast. And then I was, then one morning, my urine was clear as crystal. So I was like, okay, you know what? That pro boxer done it, and everybody's talking shit about him because he done it. And I was like, I'm gonna try it. So I did it in a little bottle. I took a swig, and then I was like, I'm not gonna ever do that again. So yeah,
everybody does something stupid at least once in their life.
Hey, I'm just gonna say this though. You guys can't knock it till you try it, because there was a reason why he was doing it.
Yeah. I don't believe in that life philosophy. Don't knock it till you try it. That's
right.
That's not my cup of tea.
Yeah, I mean that was literally.
Another guy tells you to lick his shit because you licked his shit. I mean, because he licked his own shit. Are you gonna lick your own shit?
Ollie G, what?
Oh,
I was giving an example.
Hold on, Master.
Yeah, I was just saying, Ollie G goes up to a Catholic priest that's protesting abortion, and he's like, "Well, you can't knock it until you've tried it."
That is so
terrible.
burnt, bro. That is burnt. You can't use that as. That is not a good example. That is a perfect example of what not to do as a don't knock it till you try it kind of thing.
Yeah, well, that's why that.
Just remember. Go ahead.
Well, that's why that philosophy doesn't work. But go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, the gentleman that you were, whose behavior you were trying to mimic,
Boxer?
punched in the head and the body. Yes. So you can question their actions.
Yeah, like 10,000 micro concussions may or may not impact somebody's ability to have normal cognitive functioning.
Was it Eric Morales?
Well, you know, there's one
which
boxer.
was it?
No, I'll tell you. If there's one boxer whose advice you probably can take, that would be Mayweather, Floyd, good old Floyd. He's an amazing athlete. He really takes my breath away, that Floyd.
Yeah, no, I see that was a game moment for you. Yeah, no, Floyd Mayweather's he's a good boxer. It was Juan Miguel Marquez. It was Marquez. Juan Marquez. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah. So the claim, like his, let me see, because I was looking at his claim of why he did it, right? Former Mexican boxer revealed that he drank his own urine before his fight with fellow veteran Floyd Mayweather. Oh my!
That's what I was talking about, dude. But check it out. Guess who won that fight? You know what I'm saying? Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, hey, each is to their own, you know what I mean?
Alrighty then. We can move on from PP.
Yeah, I think the PP.
Oh my goodness! Don't get butter.
What's today, Wednesday? Oh my god, it is.
Today is the Wednesday. Oh, imagine being that guy. I know you're driving. There's a GIF that somebody posted. He goes in for an uppercut, and his glove kind of bounces off the other guy's gloves because he was blocking his face, you know? So it ricochets off, and he continues to end up punching himself in the face.
Oh, nice.
You're talking about the heavyweight fighter that knocked himself out?
No, I'm just referring to the GIF that's in the chat.
We've been getting hit with some really weird psyops over the last month. I don't know if anybody else.
That's the heavyweight fighter that knocked himself out.
Try not to interrupt, Master Chief. Can you name one or remind me of one? I may or may not be aware.
I think there's really only two that I can two or three big ones. I guess two of them are kind of related. Somebody might argue that they're all related, but it's like the NPC outrage was pretty much equal on all levels across the board when it came to Ukraine, Russia, gas prices, and then Will Smith slapping, Mayweather or whatever. It's just funny to watch. People become outraged so quickly over what's on the TV.
Yeah, I'm holding my breath for the day when we can maybe everybody could be outraged that a leaf fell from a tree or some other equally benign thing. Man steps on caterpillar. We need to have all the flags at half-mast. I don't know what it would be. What would be, I mean, could we think, I don't know if it's possible to be the most absurd. So I feel like somebody could always think up something even more absurd than the other thing. Like, if the outrage was over man takes a breath, or 3 people blink. End of sentence. Oh no! You just keep on getting more and more fractally absurd. And
I got one for you. Breaking news. We are not alone. Alien life presence has been discovered. But what are their pronouns?
Well, as we have been educated, there's like 7 different articles talking about how gay space is. So we can only assume that their pronouns would be some variation of it.
Wait, did you say how gay space is?
There are 7 actual articles describing that space is actually gay.
You're right. I was thinking about this the other day. I actually went into Gem Panda's server and I tried to ask some questions about it, and they got pretty mad. I was just like, when are we going to see, trans representation on the ISS? I just don't think, do we have enough of those types of people in space? I'd say the answer is no. But that's just me. I want to see equal representation of anybody, any sexual preference that you might have.
It's debatable. I don't know the intimate lives of all the people on the ISS, but I'm sure somebody could make an argument that there's enough representation already.
Not until everyone's a woman up on the space station, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. True.
Oh, that was another quick little psyop that they threw in there like 2 weeks ago. It's like that Supreme Court pick couldn't define a woman or wouldn't define a woman. I thought that was just great.
Yeah.
That's where America needs to be. We don't even know what a woman is anymore.
Yeah. I couldn't tell what she said because I'm not a speech therapist. And I can't even remember that happened because I'm not a psychologist.
Right. Yeah.
I don't think I'm qualified to look at the sun because I'm not an expert in light. So I'll have someone else look at the sun and tell me. Maybe I'll ask NASA. Yeah, that's right. I'll ask NASA to look
that's the
everything for me.
Do the right thing.
Your name's Sunny, though. You're
Sunny.
like the sense.
That's right.
Sunny, though. Oh, man.
Maybe I am qualified. Look at that name.
Do you know why I don't watch cartoons very much?
You're not an artist.
Because I'm not an artist.
You're not an artist? Don't watch cartoons.
I'm picking up on that.
Yep. When people ask me what I live in, I'm like, I'm not an engineer. Can't answer that sort of question. That's absurd. Gee. Yeah, but that being a psyop and people playing along like I am right now, there comes a point in time where the sarcasm slips into what people believe to be true. And it backfires. The sarcasm backfires, I think, sometimes.
Yeah, it's not the best way to reach people right now.
Yeah. Why come you don't have tattoo? Why come you don't have tattoo? You make fun of it enough times and then people are like, yeah, why come you don't have your tattoo?
Well, they're messing with people's genetics. I mean, there's been this, crazy gene editing program that's been worldwide over the last 2 years.
Would this be in World of Warcraft or Minecraft?
This would be across all platforms and all games.
Oh,
They're
okay.
they're giving people injectings that are editing their genes,
Yeah.
which it was brought to my attention recently that is not good.
What is this? So on the Unreal Engine that most games run on, that or something like that, right?
What do you mean?
I'm just going with the gaming metaphor.
Right, yeah. Right, okay, I just wanted to make sure.
I'm just being autistic with the game metaphor here.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, why did God flood, in the days of Noah? What was going on that really God was not happy about?
Mm.
And it was genetic miscegenation was pretty much it. So we're not supposed. I don't think we're supposed to be messing with our genes.
Yes, Levi only, maybe Lee Dungaree, but the rest of the gene companies, are probably not high quality. You got to stick with good old American Levi genes, and yeah, the rest are pretty much garbage. There, somebody even put a GIF in the chat of gene editing.
Editing.
They have a pair of jean shorts, and I guess they're tie-dyeing them or something. But yeah, that's some weird gene editing when you're tie-dyeing your shorts. I mean, there's nothing good about tie-dyeing your jean shorts. No offense to the tie-dye lovers, but that's gross. Sends the wrong message. Shows that you belong to a club that you might not want to belong to, wearing rainbow shorts. You get it.
You know what? We need to take back the rainbow and return it to its rightful owners, which are the children, and just your generic hippie.
Yeah.
I used to have a tie-dye shirt. I used to have tie-dye clothing when I was like 5. I really thought it was cool.
I did too, probably in middle school even.
Dude, when I was like 4 years old, I had like a bowl cut, and I would wear like tie-dye pants and like a jean jacket. All right, it was pretty awesome. The 90s, it was a good time.
The 90s were pretty spectacular. Lots of color, a lot of color in the 90s. I remember having neon green pants and like just so much. Neon was the thing too. Like nobody wears neon anymore, but in the 90s,
wasn't it like the late 80s, like parachute pants? I was in the Navy. I remember having like a pair of parachute pants like in the 80s.
Yeah. Delta. I wonder if Delta is a Delta. There's nothing wrong with being a Delta. Delta means that you like for people to be right. Delta's a good thing. Here, I'll give you a chance to say hello, Delta. What's up?
Hello.
What brings you to the server, Delta?
I have no idea.
Okay. You joined a flat Earth server. Was that on purpose?
Just to see what's going on.
That's a good thing to do.
Yeah.
Just scoping it out, doing a little reconnaissance.
Yeah.
He understands his model.
Little bit of road body.
There's something missing. I'm not
Maybe Sonny might like to go over some of the 3 points or something.
Maybe.
What are the three points? Are those just like the 3 generic questions we usually ask?
Yeah. The axial rotation, the container for gas pressure, and
curvature.
Thanks. I thought that was the one. I just didn't know how to phrase it. I was like, the straightness kept on happening in my brain. The straightness, and
the fundamental pillars of the globe model.
Yeah.
So to say.
So just for instance, Delta, if you were to think about your best reason, rationale for believing that Earth is a globe, what would you point to if somebody was like, "Hey, man, you believe the Earth's a globe, so why?"
So, just a question for you guys.
Yeah, but I just asked you a question, so.
So what's the question again?
Yeah, let's say somebody was like, let's say a family member or a loved one came to you and like, "Hey, I just heard about this flat Earth stuff. Like, the Earth's a globe, right?" And you're like, yeah, definitely. And they're like, what's your best evidence that it's a globe? Like, let's say you were talking to like someone you cared about. What would be your answer to them? What's your best evidence that it's a globe? What would be your answer?
Well, one thing, the sun, it has more mass than the Earth, so it has more gravitational pull.
So your best evidence that Earth is a ball is the sun.
Ball, and every time when we look in the stars at night, we see different stars every night.
We do?
Yes.
Where do you live? Because I've seen the same stars every night, all 365 days a year.
No, it's different.
No, I see the same stars every night. I can see the Big and Little Dipper all year.
How dare you?
Let me check something right now. Be right back.
Okay.
When this gentleman comes back, I'd like to do an age verification just real quick.
That's fair.
Sounds a little young.
Mm-hmm. Bruh. Why are people so difficult? Oh my gosh. Listen. You're killing me.
What? You have to just help him understand it better.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at something else right now. It doesn't say Australia, it says Arizona. It's not Australia.
That's confusing.
Yeah.
They both start with the letter A.
Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, what do they pay in shipping? Plenty. Yeah. So aggravating. Can you imagine it being over $100 to ship an envelope from the United States to Australia?
Yeah. Hello. Supply chain issues? Duh.
You're on that.
Apparently. All right, go ahead. Sorry, I'm distracted. So You figured out that we do see the same stars every day of the year, Delta?
So we actually don't see the same stars every once in a year because we are turning, plus we are moving around the sun.
Yeah, that's
what.
You're right.
Just real quick. You're old enough to be on Discord, Delta?
I'm 20.
Yeah? Okay. I'll take your word for it.
Alrighty then.
So yeah, that's the story. I'm telling you, I've lived in a handful of locations in the United States, and I can always see the Big and Little Dipper. And you can too.
Yeah, I can see Orion's belt almost year. I think probably all year round. I can see Orion's belt.
Yeah.
And the North Star, of course.
You're roboting again, Platypus. Unfortunately. Oh, yeah. This is so insane.
Anything else?
Yeah, I mean, Delta, I think, is looking into this issue of being able to see the stars all year long. But again, that's mutually.
So right off the bat, he doesn't have anything. You have to actually search it up.
Yeah. Well, that's fair. That's fair. His answer was the sun. Oh, go ahead, Platypus.
I was gonna just agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, he said the sun was his best proof of why the Earth's a ball. So somebody can take it from there gently.
And one other thing, the Earth is going around the sun, but the sun is going around a black hole.
What was the last part you said?
The sun is going around a black hole.
It is?
Yes, it is.
How do you know that?
We in a galaxy. What the heck?
What's a black hole?
Black hole is... It has tons of mass in it.
It does?
Yes.
A hole has mass?
A black hole, yes.
So a hole, meaning the absence of something,
yes, a black hole in space
has mass.
Has mass, and it can even pull stuff as well.
You're familiar with the word contradiction, right?
No, I actually know that.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you. Are you familiar with the word contradiction? Like opposites, like doesn't fit. Here, I'll just ask you this question: is a black hole theoretical or actual?
Actual thing.
It's not theoretical?
So how many times...
He might want to double check. Sorry, Jimsy.
Just one question. He said that the sun is going around the black hole. How many cycles have the sun completed around this black hole? How many?
Probably one.
Probably one. So you really don't know.
It's around one because the
Think about it. You don't actually know. You say it's going around something that is nothing, but you don't even know how many times it's been around it, but you're saying it's going around it. Think about it.
That's fair. That sounds fair to me. You know, the best proof that I have that my table is flat is they're selling hot dogs at the grocery store. That's the best proof I have that my table is flat, is the fact that they sell hot dogs at the grocery store. Catch that, Delta? Another reason that I know that my desk is flat is because the wheels on my car are round.
First of all, can you see? Let's see. Can you see Mount Everest from here?
Delta, another reason I know that my table is flat is because of I have arm hair. I have hair on my arm. That's another reason I know that my table is flat. Do you know that? Are you getting my point yet? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? So I asked you about the Earth, and you told me about your ideas and stories about the sun. You get the point? So I could be like, the reason my desk is flat is because cheeseburgers exist. Does that check out? Does that make sense?
Well, first of all, before I answer that,
that's a hard question, bud. That's hard. Like if I were like, the reason my table is flat is because I like cotton candy. That's why my table is flat. Like, is this working?
Well, first of all,
wow, bud.
If the
are you understanding the words I'm saying?
In the sky,
you might need to take a breath.
If the satellites in the sky circling around the Earth,
Delta, you're supposed to be like, no, everything you're saying sounds retarded. That's what you're supposed to tell me. You're supposed to be like, those things don't have anything to do with each other. That sounds completely retarded. What do you, right? That's what you're supposed to say. But instead you're like doubling down, which is not a good look. Not a good look.
I think he's thinking about many topics at the same time. Just take it step by step. Try to go back and forth with the conversation at the moment and the topic of the moment, and then we can answer the questions for Mount Everest and other things. Try to keep it one step at a time.
Yeah. Hey, Delta, can I ask just a couple of questions?
Sure thing.
Hey, Delta. So welcome to the server. My name's Sunny. We're glad you're here to ask us these questions and to kind of like get an idea of where we're coming from. So I'd like to just go over just some real quickly. Do you know much about geometry?
I know geometry. I've been through that before.
So you know what a circle is, right?
Yeah.
And do you know the difference between a circle and a sphere?
They're the same thing.
A circle and a sphere? Hold on.
A sphere is a circular object.
A spherical object is a sphere. A circle can be a circle drawn on a flat piece of paper. You see the difference?
Yes, I know that, but a sphere is multiple circles.
So a ball is not a circle, is it? Is a ball and a circle the same thing?
No, not exactly.
Okay, good. Could you explain the difference between a circle and a sphere or a ball?
Ball and a sphere are the same.
Okay.
But
A ball, how about a ball and a circle? Okay, look, if you took a lid to a pan and you put it down on the table and you drew a circle around it.
I know a circle is flat. I know that.
Okay, cool. Okay, good. I'm just trying to get to some basics. So the first question that we asked was, and I know you do have questions, and we will get to those, I promise. But the first question that was asked is, what is your best proof of Earth being a sphere? Now, the answer you gave was look up into the sky at the sun. So I want to just kind of briefly go over some things. Let's say you want to lay some carpet on your floor in your living room, okay? Okay, Delta?
Yeah, okay.
Now, when you want to lay some carpet on the floor in your living room, I'm going to have you go to the hardware store and ask the gentleman there that you tell them you need help measuring your floor. They have to measure the ceiling light first. Does that sound logical? Does it sound logical that you want to lay carpet on your living room floor, that you would measure the light?
If you want to lay
find
carpet
out-
on the living room floor, they have to measure how big of the carpet that you want.
Yeah, would they measure the floor or the ceiling light?
The floor.
Thank you. Okay, so the point of what I just said is we're asking about the surface of Earth where we are standing on, where all buildings on Earth are built upon, is the surface of Earth, correct?
Okay.
So we're asking you, if Earth is a ball, what is your best proof that the surface of Earth is curving?
Well, one thing, if you were on a beach and you sing a ship going away from you, after a time you will see part of the ship and it keeps going around or keeps going away from you.
Okay, so
And then you will see part of the ship disappearing. And you will still see the smokestack coming from the ship.
Okay, great. Did you know that once the ship completely disappears, that you can zoom back in and see the entire ship again?
If you zoom in on the ship, you can see again.
How is that if it's going over a curved edge? How could you zoom in? Are zoom cameras zooming in over curved objects?
When you zoom in, you're looking forward, not around.
You're looking horizontal straight ahead, right?
Yes, but the Earth is the curve. It's a curvature thing. So
Okay, so you're talking about a ship. Now we're still talking about the surface. So let me ask this question. There are these three questions we ask people that come in here. The three claims that the globe Earth makes. These are fundamental claims that would be the basis of all further discussions about the said globe. So these things, anyone should know this information that believes in the globe. Okay, so the first one is curvature of Earth. Because if it's a sphere, like we talked about, right, a ball or a sphere, it has to show curvature. So curvature is the first one. The second one would be axial rotation. That's supposed to be spinning. And the third question would be gas pressure existing next to a vacuum of space. So let me ask you, going back to the first one, do you know when, where, and how Earth's curvature was directly measured? If you don't know, it's okay to say, I don't know, because I notice you're taking a lot of time. That's fine. No rush here. It's just to find out what you actually know right now. It's not a gotcha or anything like that. We're just starting in the conversation. So do you know when, where, and how Earth's curvature was directly measured in history?
I'm trying to think of it.
Okay.
That's kind of plagiaristic to Google something and claim that you're thinking up the answer.
Yeah, see, if you're Googling something right now, then you didn't know it. So it's just honest to say, if you don't know, that you don't know. Because if you're Googling, that means you don't know right now, and that's okay too. But if you say you do know, I'm gonna ask for all the details of exactly how that measurement was done. Okay, so Delta, I just want you to concede that you don't know how, when, and where Earth's curvature was measured.
I mean, I don't know the answer to that question either. I don't know why he thinks he would know the answer to
I
that
have
question.
no idea either what that
Okay,
is.
good. Okay, good. Very good. Yeah, so we'll just go to the second one. That's very honest of you, Delta. So the second point is Earth is supposedly spinning on its axis. Can you tell us when, where, and how Earth's axial rotation was detected?
Well, the Earth rotation is it's not straight, it's angled. And
Okay,
it's
I'm asking. Yeah,
around.
I'm not asking about the tilt. I'm asking only about the rotation and the method used. How was it detected in history? How did they detect that? Okay, so Delta,
yeah,
don't know.
Sonny.
He dipped. He dipped.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, cool. I think that's a good way to do it. Like, I think the geometry question, you notice how there was some confusion with the difference between a circle and a sphere. That's a serious problem if we're talking about Earth as a sphere. And they don't know the difference between a circle and a sphere. So I think those are important things to clear up.
The vast majority of these people that come in here think that flat Earth means Mercator map
Or something.
floating through space.
Yeah, basically.
A square map floating through space.
Or something.
He'll be back. He'll be back.
He may be back. We'll see. But thanks for your preliminary, because you reminded me to be gentle.
Thank you.
Well, sometimes I can tell that, some people have a little bit more rhinoceros skin than others, and I could tell that there was no evidence of rhinoceros skin in this instance.
Exactly. Yeah, we did too. Kind of perceived that as well.
Yeah, I already knew. So
that was good.
Though. I was kind of informing Sonny to kind of take it easy on the fella too, because
he sounded young.
He's young. I I know where he's coming from. So yeah.
20.
Hmm.
20 is young.
20 is young, yeah.
And unfortunately, 20 is only getting younger. And what I mean by that is, as time goes on, they continue to shift the transition period from adolescence to adulthood higher and higher and higher. And I think that's interesting.
Hey, man, 20 is the new 12, okay?
Basically. Which allows people essentially the first 10 years of their life to even learn how to tie their shoes. Yeah.
That's someone else new here. Via Schultrich's.
Wir Schultrich Schnabbiltier playing Elden Ring. Feel free to say hello. VS. Wir Schultrich. Yeah, 100%.
Oh wow, I can talk. Nice.
Hello, how are you?
Doing great. I'm just listening while playing, so. But I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
These questions just ask, like, one was measured that the Earth is a sphere and that stuff. What if I ask the other way? So, when was the proof given that the Earth is flat?
Every time we measure, the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but what do you measure?
Lasers over 25 miles? Or 26 kilometers?
25 miles. Do you know how large the globe is?
Yeah, I know. At 25 miles, 25 miles, there should be about 600 feet of vertical drop from your line of sight if it's a ball. This never occurs.
The Earth is not a perfect. It's not a perfect sphere. They are like mountains and seas such that.
Can I just get in here for a second? You keep on saying that the Earth isn't a perfect sphere. Well, we're trying to ascertain whether it is a sphere in the first place. So reasserting that it's a sphere of no true Scotsman proportions isn't proof that it's a sphere, right? We're trying to ascertain whether the curvature is there in the first place. And what Sonny has told you is that over 25 miles, there is an expected drop that we do not find.
How large is the drop?
How large is the curve?
How large is the drop, he said. So listen,
It depends on how far you're going.
The drop is
like 25 miles.
The drop is 8 inches per mile with the miles squared. So if you have 25 miles, 25 times 25, go ahead and do that math for me. Tell me what that answer is.
Then you divide by 12 to get feet, right? So 25 times 8, what's that? 200 times 25 again.
Times 8.
And then you divide it by 12, right? So, no, I've already done the 8.
He has to multiply like the 25 times 25, then multiplied times 8 inches.
Yeah. But that gets it in.
Then divide by 12. Yeah.
Yeah, if he wants it in feet, he divides by 12. I don't know off the top of my head what 25 miles is, but it's definitely significant and measurable.
Okay, what?
Hold on.
What if you're...
Let's just find out how much drop. So we're there right now. So let me do this 1 second. Bear with me here. 25 times 25. I'm just going to go super slow. Is 625 times 8 equals 5,000 divided by 12. That equals 416.66666666667 feet. 416.6 feet of vertical drop from your line of sight.
Okay, but what if there's a mountain, like...
No, we're talking about over water.
High.
Over water. We're talking about over water.
Oh, water isn't straight neither.
Water isn't straight. That's what we're telling you. There should be 416 feet of drop if your ball is the size they gave us, 3,959 miles of radius. That means on the surface, at that distance, 25 miles, would be 416 feet. Can you explain why we never see this in any observation of 25 miles or further?
Yes. Because the Earth isn't like a toy ball. It's the Earth that has the Earth's gravitation.
Wait a second. We're talking about surface curvature only, not rotation.
Yeah. No. I mean the gravitation of the Earth.
Hold on. We need. Listen, I'm going to ask you a couple questions. Is that fine? Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
Can I ask you 3 questions? Now, these questions, it doesn't matter what you answer. We're just trying to find out what you actually know right now in a snapshot in the present moment. So that wouldn't include looking things up. If I ask you, Googling them is not an answer of something that you actually know. So if you don't know, it's okay. It's not a gotcha thing. It's just to find out what you know about this, right? So to make sure we're on the same playing field. Great. So there's 3 major claims that the ball Earth makes. Those 3 claims are the Earth is a ball. Curvature is required. So the second one is axial rotation, that the ball is spinning and that it's in the vacuum of space, which is a pressure system on Earth existing next to a vacuum or very, very low pressure. So I'll go back to the first one. So can you tell us, sir, when, where, and how Earth's curvature was measured directly anytime in history?
You can do it right now.
No, I'm asking you when it was done, because it had to have been done. We're not asking you yourself personally to present this information. It's not your responsibility. We want to know when it was actually measured in history. Excuse me, I'm still talking. We want to know when exactly it was measured in history. If you don't know, it's just honest to say you don't know. If you do know, we need the exact method, how, when, and where this was done. Earth's curvature, the surface of Earth. Do you know when it was measured?
Yeah, when was it measured? The method used is that easy that you can do it yourself right now.
Okay, tell me when it was measured in history, sir.
In the 1600s. There was a dude, I don't know, I think he comes from Spain or something.
Okay, so you're not very certain about this. You don't know where he's from. Who is he, and what did he do?
Doesn't matter who he is. He is just
so you don't know then.
Trying to fish.
Oh, no,
he's just a man trying to fish, and
I have to stop you because you don't know.
He traveled by boat around the world, around the globe.
A boat is not a measuring device. I need the surface measurement. Not a sailboat.
No, he just sailed at one direction.
Sailboats are not measuring. Sailboats are not measuring.
Back the same spot he started.
No, I'm going to stop you, because sailboats or aircraft or anything like that is not a measuring device. We need a direct physical measurement of the surface.
Yeah,
the surface. When was the surface measured?
At that moment, when he sailed around the world.
You have a misunderstanding of circumnavigation.
Okay, so that is not a measurement. That's
Just think of a moment.
Object. No, listen. That's a secondary object. That's on the surface of water that is undulating, moving, currents, wind changes, storms. That's not a measuring device. We need a surface measurement. You're using a boat. That's not a measuring device.
Okay,
and I need do you have all the details of this? And you would need to show how it is actually a measurement. Can you do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just think for a moment that the Earth is flat.
No, we're not going off into imagination. I need to know when. If you don't know, just say you don't know.
Okay. You think the Earth is flat. That's fine.
You're not going to what I think.
If the Earth is flat,
when was the surface of Earth measured? And you're obfuscating from the entire question. Could you please answer the question I asked? When was the surface of Earth measured, and what was the method used?
In the 1500s, by, I think, Francis Drake.
You think? See that? Just say you don't know. I'm not asking for what you think. I want to know when it was actually done. Do you get that part?
Yeah.
Well, actual
1600 by Francis Drake.
Direct measure by Sir Francis Drake is a navigator. So
Yes.
Boats are not measuring devices.
How is he navigating?
You tell me, how was he navigating?
He was navigating by the stars.
And how did he get the elevation angle?
He just traveled the same direction all day long.
And and how was the boat traveling over water, right?
Yes.
Is sea level horizontal?
What do you mean? If sea level is flat, or?
Is sea level a line in front of you? Is that a straight line, the horizon?
The few meters in front of me, yes, but the further you go, the less it gets.
So the point is this: in navigation, they use a horizontal plane to achieve an elevation angle to the star.
Well, we're not talking about a plane. We're not talking about a plane. Just a boat.
You made the point, and I'm gonna finish it. You started the point. So you don't have a direct measurement of Earth's curvature is the main point, correct?
I have. If the Earth is flat, and you're just traveling one direction, you will not get the same point you started from.
I need you to provide the citation of the actual measurement in the live stream voice text right now before we move on.
You can also say that you don't have the measurements.
I have a measurement. If the Earth is flat, you're traveling one direction. You will never get the same point.
We're not asking. I asked you the question of when was Earth's curvature measured, and you're not answering.
In the 1600s by Francis Drake.
Okay, provide that citation how it actually is a measurement in the live stream.
Sonny, I feel like this isn't going anywhere. His cognitive dissonance is pretty strong. Maybe we could take a different angle.
Okay.
Of approach.
Yeah, I'll back.
Okay, so
let me back off, and then why don't you continue, Crypto?
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's necessary.
I just feel like you two are talking past each other, and that's why nothing's really happening.
Yeah, you're right.
So maybe we can deal with some of the questions of our German friend. German?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I thought you might be Austrian, but no, German. Cool. Yes. So. Okay, cool. So, I guess the first thing I would say is, have you ever travelled in a straight line across the surface of water and ended up back in the same place?
I could do if I want to. Yeah, sure.
You could. No, I'm not asking if you could. Have you?
Me. If I did.
It's a yes or no question. Have you already done this?
No, not yet.
Am I cutting out, or what's going on?
No, he said not yet. He said not yet.
I haven't done it yet.
So no is the answer. You haven't done it. How do you know it's possible?
There are several people that did it.
Or no, you don't know that. You just admitted that you don't know that.
No, I know. There are
No, you
like
don't.
hundreds of people travel around the world.
There's not hundreds of people who have done what you've said. There are 0 people who've done what you've said.
No, there are hundreds of people.
Okay, well you're just making stuff up at this point.
No,
I don't think anyone.
For
I don't think anyone
example,
understands that. Well, this is why nothing's going anywhere. You're making things up that no one can verify, and we're saying no, and then you're going yaha. Well, no, it's not going anywhere. You haven't done it. You don't know that it's possible. You're just asserting that other people have done it without any evidence. What's the point of this conversation?
Yeah, can we explain that it is the same on a ball as it would on a flat plane, right? Going east or west.
Like, it doesn't matter because he hasn't even provided any evidence for this being possible on any model.
Okay, let's keep on. So
can you at least admit that this hasn't been verified by you to even be possible?
Okay.
Great.
Did you
Okay.
say, no, sorry. Did you say it's the same thing if you travel at a ball and if you travel at a flat piece of paper?
We asked you.
But it doesn't matter at this point, guys. At this point, it doesn't matter because we don't know that it happens in physical reality.
Right.
So until we actually know that it happens in physical reality, there's nothing to consider.
Exactly.
What did you do in physical reality?
That's an obfuscation. You're changing.
No, it's the same question. It's the same question.
You can't answer the question. So listen,
it's the same question. Then tell me the proof that the Earth is flat.
All right. So, what exactly are you asking for? Are you asking for evidence of deviation or lack of deviation from a like a straight line, or what exactly do you want?
Okay, you asked me to tell you the proof that the Earth is a sphere.
A measurement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. You said I have no idea. I don't know what you mean by that, but
that's the measurement. That's the measurement.
Could you prove that the Earth is flat?
What exactly do you want? Do you want evidence of a lack of deviation because we can provide that, or do you want evidence of something else? What exactly do you want?
Just the date and the method used to prove that the Earth is flat.
Okay, cool. So we can go into, say, a laser test. There have been many laser tests that have been done. One that's been documented is the FE Core laser test. Now, whether you like them as people or what, if you've never even heard of them, doesn't really matter. The idea is that you have a GS84, WGS84 model. On that model, you have water conforming to the sphere of a globe. Now, that's really important because you're talking about the gravity forming the water around a sphere. Okay? Once it does that, there is a certain curvature rate that is necessary in the water that you can actually look for. So, if you're to go to, say, I don't know, a lake that was 25 miles, because I think this is the context, Sonny, that he was missing earlier when you brought this up. If you were to go to a lake, there would be necessary curvature if it was level water in the globe Earth kind of definition of level, which would be conforming to the sphere, right? So at that point, it'd be around about 8 inches per mile squared, more or less. We already did the calculation earlier, 417 feet. So if you're on one side of the lake and there was a target or someone else on the other side of the lake, there would be about 400 foot of necessary curvature that would be measurable. And when we look for it, it's not there. So the question is, why is the lake flat and not curving?
Yeah, that is because it's lake. Do the same thing at the ocean.
That is because
and not just doing 25 kilometers, just to 2,000 kilometers.
That's not an answer. You've just said nothing. What do you mean by that's because it's a lake?
The lake is that small.
Yeah.
The amount is curved. The amount that's curved.
It's not too small. What are you talking about? I already told you there is 400 foot of necessary curvature at that scale. So you can't say it's too small. That's not an argument.
You can't say it neither.
Yes, I
The Earth
can.
isn't no, you can't. The Earth isn't a perfect sphere. There are like mountains and I don't know. Every single like houses
I feel like you need to understand what I say. So, on a sphere of necessary proportion, of the said proportions of 3959, there must be curvature of 8 inches per mile squared because of your gravity that you say is clinging to the water to the ball, right?
But the Earth isn't a perfect sphere. You can't say that.
Can you show a picture? What you're saying is irrelevant because when you're talking about level water must conform to the sphere.
No, it does.
Yes, it does.
The Earth isn't completely. The Earth isn't a water ball.
No one gives a shit if it's a water ball.
The Earth isn't a water ball.
Really?
Welcome to Flat Earth.
That is water. Okay, 25 miles of it. We're measuring it. There must be this curvature because of gravity, as you would say. And now you're saying, oh, it's not a perfect sphere. Sorry, mate. There would have to be.
Where does the gravity came from?
Why do you have to cut me off mid-sentence?
You did it all the time.
So, bro, there must be 400 feet of curvature. That's just what the math
is. If the Earth is a perfect sphere, but it isn't.
Okay,
Can you show a picture of not perfect sphere?
You don't understand your own model. That's what the problem is. That's fine.
Yeah.
We can
Can I provide an analogy here real quick for you? VS.
Go on.
Okay. Check this out. Do you shave your face?
Yeah.
Okay. And have you ever felt your face after you shave? You can still ever so slightly feel the hair.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So that hair is, I don't know millimeters very well, but let's say a fraction of a millimeter, right? Like maybe 0.3 of a millimeter or something like that, or maybe 3/100ths of a millimeter. Is that fair?
Yeah,
that would be correct.
All right.
Yeah.
So after you shave, keyword after you shave, keywords, you're shaven. You're a shaven individual. You shaved your face, right? So what if somebody came up to you and said, because your hair is 3/1000ths of a millimeter, therefore you're not shaven? Would you look at them with a twisted look on your face? Would you be like, you're weird? That's stupid?
I get your point, but it's not the same thing.
Actually,
you can't shave the world. You can't shave the globe. I'm sorry.
I'm going to mute you. Okay. The variation between the proclaimed polar radius and the equatorial radius is 0.3% difference. 0.3% difference. That is akin to telling a shaven person that they're not shaved because there's nano stubble that exists. That's absurd, psychotic, illogical. Don't call it an oblate spheroid. It's disingenuous. Move along.
To be honest, regardless, we can even include that if you want. I don't know. Let's give you a whole inch. Let's give you a whole inch, right? Let's say 7 inches per mile squared, right? Giving you a whole inch, which I don't have to give you. It's still not there.
It's disingenuous to call a globe that they proclaim of what it is an oblate spheroid. It's a disingenuous title.
But I'm happy to even concede a huge amount, like 1/8 of the entire calculation, which gets exponential, right? So where's the 7 inches per mile squared? Doesn't exist. So we're back to square
your
one.
face after you shaved it.
Oh my
Is
God.
it made of rocks?
Now he's
Is
going
it
to
made
get
of
caught
water?
up.
Is your face made of rocks?
Just
No, it isn't. So you can't compare it to a sphere floating in nothing, made of stones and water.
So we never got past the first point.
It was an analogy, and you apparently don't understand analogies.
We never got past.
I understand it, but you can't compare it that way.
Yeah, you know, 0.3% of variation between the polar and equatorial radius claim, and therefore 0.3% is so minuscule that it's disingenuous to call it an oblate spheroid. That is my point. If you don't understand those words, I'm not sure there's any help for you.
But there's a huge thing you're missing.
You are saying that it's not perfect sphere. Why we have all perfect sphere photos from the space?
Well, let's not move
from the space. If you take a picture of whatever you want from millions of kilometers away, of course it will be.
1 second. Right, 1 second. Sasha, let's not move off of this because that's what he wants to engage in surface level shit everywhere, right? This is what they want to do because they never want to dig into one thing because they'll realize that they have nothing, right? So sticking with this, the laser test, what curvature do you think should be present on that lake?
Nothing. Because
nothing on a sphere. You think there should be no curvature on a lake on a sphere?
Hey, can we agree on the thing? You stop cutting me up.
Man, what is your rate about sphere if it's not 8 inch per mile square? What is the curve?
You can't measure it like that.
You can't measure. If you can't measure, why we have dimensions?
Okay, good. It was never measured then, so we got to the bottom of it. Thanks.
Take a stone from just anywhere outside.
We're not talking to if this or if that. I asked you a long time ago, almost an hour ago.
We don't speak about stone. We are speaking about water in reality.
Direct measurement of curvature, almost an hour ago. I asked you.
Yeah.
You haven't provided one, and you haven't conceded yet. After an hour of
just Google it.
Google is not knowing. All I ask
Google for Francis Drake. Ask anyone. I
asked you. You cannot.
For Francis Drake.
And now at this point, you're just
sailing around the globe.
You're just being rude. So you don't have a measurement of curvature. Everyone here heard it. And an hour of Gishgalping is all you have to offer for your proof of the globe. And we're not even to the second point yet. You see what's happening here? This is what happens every single day in here. So there's a couple things I want to clear up that everybody knows listening, whether you're on the YouTube live chat or you're here in the panel or you're somewhere else listening, I don't care. It doesn't matter. Almost every single one of us here grew up thinking we lived on a spinning ball in outer space. We actually are the nerds that studied it to the nth degree. That's why we know all these numbers. And the Glovers that come in here don't know any of it. They don't know the details of their own religion. That's what it is. We've been provided no proof, zero proof. You notice how when we ask for curvature measurement, now we're talking about a ship hovering over the surface on the top of the water.
Funny.
Right? Is some sort of measuring device. That's all we get. We get nothing else. There's been nothing.
Sonny, maybe I can help him. Sonny. So, Vierschultrichs. Vierschultriges.
You're unmuted. I unmuted.
Vierschultrige Schnabeltier. Yeah.
Okay. So,
it's German.
Could you look up the equatorial radius for me? Because you have this image in your head that the Earth is some kind of potato or whatever, right? But let's just stick to what they tell us, right? The equatorial radius. What would what would that be?
I'm not sure. It's about 40,000 kilometers, I think.
No, that is the circumference. 40,000 kilometers is the circumference. I'm talking about the radius. Is he still here?
Yeah.
Okay. So
6.3 thousand kilometers.
Okay, so the equatorial radius, right? And now look up the polar radius.
Same thing.
Same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. They're 0.3% different.
I know, but I want
there's the
him to
numbers.
look it up, right?
Oh, it's 0.6. It's 0.6 difference.
No, it's 0.3%.
0.3, right?
Yeah,
0.3%.
0.3% difference, which I already rehashed over and over again, and he didn't understand that makes the word oblate insanity.
Right. So now he sees what Google tells him, that it is almost indifference, right? The same analogous with the shaving, right? So this lake, what we are talking about, it has to have curvature. Do you know the IJsselmeer in the Netherlands?
No, I don't know.
IJsselmeer, right? You're living next to the
IJsselmeer. Oh, okay, yeah. Didn't understand that.
So, yes. So they shot a laser over this lake, right? Which is
how big is the lake?
Sorry.
How big is the lake?
If I'm not mistaken, it was 24 miles. I don't know if I'm mixing up kilometers and miles. Maybe Indio can help me on this.
Just keep on.
Sorry?
Let's say 25 miles.
Okay.
Just keep on.
So they shot it from Enkhuizen to the other side, right? And the laser was approximately, I'm doing this at the top of my head, it's approximately 3 meters above the water. And the target was also approximately 3 meters above the water. They shot these high-powered lasers from one side to the other side. The laser hit the target. If the Earth was a ball with the radius of 6,700 ish kilometers, then that laser should have overshot the target with 100 meters. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. So it isn't a ball with the radius of 6,371 kilometers. Okay?
But what if the target at the other side of the lake is on top of, I don't know, a big rock?
So
that is
I
100 meters high.
It to you, right? I explained it to you. Laser at point A, 3 meters above the water. Target at point B, 3 meters above the water, right? They shot the laser, which is a straight line. A laser shoots straight lines. Yes. Militaries use lasers to acquire targets many, many miles away. So
I know that.
Lasers are not in dispute here. They shot the laser from point A to point B. Point B was hit. The target was hit. It was at the same elevation as point A. Listen to my words. If the Earth was a ball with a radius of 6,371 kilometers, that laser should have overshot. So the target had to be 100 meters lower than the laser. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, that did not happen. The laser hit the target.
Yeah, I can explain why.
Earth is not a ball with a radius of 6,371 kilometers. And you yourself can test it out. Go to a beach, find a ship with marine traffic you can watch sail out, right? Go to Google and find any Earth curve calculator you want. Type in some numbers, your observation height, the distance to the target, press enter, and it will tell you how much that boat should have been obscured by the horizon. And I will guarantee you that will not happen. That boat will be way beyond the point, way beyond the globe geometric limitation. Did you understand what I was telling? What I was telling you? Okay.
Yeah, and I can tell you because it's not the point you are telling me.
Sorry?
Because, yeah, you can take it as an argument, but there's not much about it. Because
so lasers are now in dispute. You want
no.
You want to okay.
I'm not distrusting laser. The laser is a straight line.
Awesome stuff.
Because of the gravitation of the Earth, the water isn't flat.
Yeah,
So
I just told you that the laser was at the same elevation as the target. The
you
water.
Don't know that it is the same elevation. You can say that it's the same height above the water, but the water isn't straight.
Water. If the Earth was curving away from point A from the laser, right? That laser should not hit the target. It should be the target.
I understand that, yeah.
Okay, so why are you still arguing against that?
Because you don't know that the targets are at the same height.
The water and the laser were at the same height. You can take a tape measure, go to the water, and measure the laser's height to the water, right?
Yeah.
Then you can go to the other. You can go to the other side. You can go to the other side and do the exact same thing with the target, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if the water was curving, like you said, then that laser would have overshot the target with 100 meters. The target will not be hit if the Earth was curving away from the laser.
If the targets are at the same height. You're measuring the distance between the water and the target.
And the laser.
Yeah, the laser is at the same height as the target. And you're measuring the distance between the laser and the water and the target and the water.
Yes, correct.
But what if the water isn't at the same height? Maybe the one side of the lake is 100 meters above the other side. It would still be the same height above the water.
So water is sloping now. Is water sloping now?
Yes, it is.
So there's a constant slope of water on the IJsselmeer. So you can.
Oh
man, are you for real? Right?
Have you ever looked at a picture of the globe from space?
I've seen the CGI images. Yes, I've seen it. Yes, and this is what we are telling you. If the Earth was a ball, the water must conform to the ball, right? It must take its shape of the ball.
No.
So if that was the case, right? If that was the case, then if we shoot a laser from point A to point B, that target should be below the laser. And it is not. It is hitting the target.
That might be true if the whole surface of the world is just water. But it is not.
It's 70%. They claim the
hold on,
Earth
Roger.
Sorry,
70.
go ahead. Yeah.
My friend, Roger just told you that they did this test over water, which you said must conform to the gravity of the Earth, quote unquote, which means, as Roger explained, it'd be curved to match the curve of the Earth. You then said it was sloped, provided zero evidence that water slopes or holds an inclined plane from one elevation to the next over the Earth that you claim gravity is pulling the water equally downwards.
Without flowing.
You need to clarify. Without creating a tidal wave on the other side. So you, my friend, need to address the absolute incoherence of that statement you just made before you're even allowed to discuss this topic any further. I mean, otherwise we're just going down La La Land at this point.
I'm sorry, what do you want of me? To prove that water
I want you to demonstrate sloping water that doesn't flow. How about that? Lake IJsselmeer is a man-made lake that was cut off from the ocean. The entire thing is sea level.
Yes.
It's not fed by a river. You understand?
Yes.
So not one side is not higher than the other. It's not a sloping lake.
Well, part of proving the ball would be proving that water has some level of convexity, some level of curvature. If we can't do that on the small scale, then how can we believe in the ball at all if we're not seeing water curving at all?
Just wait a moment, I'm searching a picture to show it to you.
Absolutely. I will say this is the first time.
He's going to show us a picture of a ball from space that refutes us measuring the Earth, right? How does that work exactly? So if I take a picture of something, right, and then I take a tape measure to that same thing, the tape measure's wrong, but the picture's right. Is that what you're trying to convince us of?
In this era of digital fakery, we need a bit more because that picture could be saying anything real or fake. We need to check if water is curving or some, sort of way to check this, blue marble picture from NASA or wherever you're getting this picture from.
No, it's not a photo of the world. It's just a picture.
Is it a photo of water in a sloped formation maintaining its rigidity?
Yeah.
So, okay, cool. So it's a picture of an ice cube? No offense, my friend. But this is literally. I don't want to offend you. But this is literally the dumbest thing I have ever heard in the history of flat versus globe Earth arguments.
Where can I send it in?
Even for this server, that's quite an achievement.
Hey, could you please tell me where I can send it in?
DM it to somebody. DM it to somebody who wants to DM. I'm on a phone, so it'll be a bitch for me to do it.
You can DM it.
Any volunteers?
What is your name again?
DM it to.
But the logic is most of the world is water. Water tends to lie flat. Therefore, most, if not all of the world would tend to be flat. The only way to break that logic is to show that water curves on some level to make this ball possible.
I'll send it to you. Who is it again? Physicists or something?
All right. It's like a picture, a drawn, stylized picture, rotation Erdmond. It looks like it has some German in it, but it basically has a
I only found it in German. Sorry.
No problem. It looks like it has a globe with a zone of water around it that's pulled by gravity, supposedly. So I guess this would count as an idealized conception, but not anything closer to reality.
Do you know the flood?
What?
That thing that you're at the beach, the water is going away and coming back?
Look, yeah,
do you know
it? Fantastic. But this is a man-made lake.
It's the same thing. Do you know the flood?
So there used to be the ocean, right?
The ocean is going away, coming back, going away. That thing.
That doesn't happen here. Yeah, that's called the tides. Yeah, we know what that is. That's not happening here. There are no tides.
Where does the water go if it's not there?
It's a man-made lake, right? So there was the ocean. It was an inlet from the ocean. They built a barrier to cut it off from the ocean, and now it's maintained by rainwater and probably some groundwater seepage. But it doesn't have any tides. It's a man-made lake.
I put the picture in the chat to show what this, quote unquote, evidence or whatever is supposed to, show us or whatever. It looks like an idealized conception, but it may not necessarily match reality. If you're trying to imply that yellow thing, the sun over there to the left, is pulling the water by gravitation or whatever over a ball Earth.
Where do you put it in?
That's in live stream voice text. Let me make sure I'm in the right chat.
Look, let me just consolidate this dude's claims. This dude's claimed that Earth is an oblate spheroid, that curvature is not measurable, and that you would expect to measure a flat surface over a lake. But that flat surface could be elevated on one side without the water flowing from one side to the other. You said all those things. I want you to really think about how ridiculous you sound to us.
I have a question, because I don't know what he came here to do. Did he come here to debunk gravity?
No, I just came here to listen.
No, they present him the laser test, and he's like a monkey throwing poo. He's just throwing shit against the wall, hoping something sticks. And he's at the point where he's saying ridiculous things.
Do we have ever traveled by plane? Do we have ever traveled by plane?
Yeah, we. Are you listen? I heard you say this before, that somehow circumnavigation is not possible on a flat Earth. Now, if I go out my door, walk around my house, and go back in my front door, is my house a sphere?
Your house isn't flat.
My floor ain't flat. That's cool, dude. Like, I didn't know that. I didn't know they made my floor curved.
Okay.
See, circumnavigation is going in a circle.
If there's a ball, and you're rocking around it, is it flat?
Okay, no one's ever done that because no one can walk on water. So you have a concept in your mind that someone can go in a straight line and they're gonna listen, dude, listen for a second. You think that if you walked in a straight line, you're gonna end up back to the same place. You have no evidence for that. But you have no evidence for that. You just think that.
I have.
Okay, who's done that? Who has circumnavigated the Earth on a single meridian and ended up back at the same place?
Again, Francis Drake did it. Like,
no, he did not.
Ago. Of course he did.
He didn't. How did he get over the continent? Real easy. Yeah. How did he get over the continent?
Well, how do you get over what?
How did he go in a straight line and get over the continents in a boat? So you can't draw a straight line anywhere on Earth and not intersect dirt somewhere. So you can't sail, and then you also can't draw a straight line and have only water.
Okay, you're traveling a straight line until you reach land. You sail around it.
Then what?
Then what? It's the same route you're traveling.
I just posted the route of Francis Drake. Is this a straight line? Is that a straight line?
Where do you post it?
In the live stream voice text, where everything this live stream voice text channel is to support the voice call. So please try and follow
makes sense.
it. So is this a straight line to you?
It's not a straight line, but
okay. So he didn't
travel around the world.
Awesome stuff.
Just say he started at the middle, at North America.
So it was not a straight line then, right?
Just say he started. Just say he started at the middle, at North America.
Yeah. Why are you backtracking now? He didn't do a straight line. You are.
And then he traveled to the left.
Yeah, that's not a straight line, right? He didn't do a straight line, right?
And how do he get to the other side? How do we get to the other side?
Okay, so
an east-west circle via Schultrie in an east-west circle around the central North Pole on a flattish plane. So at that point, you can have a circumnavigation in a circle around the central North Pole. North would be the center, south would be away from the center. East-west would be a circle around the center unless you cut across in some way.
So do you see what I just posted? You know Ferdinand Magellan? He's supposed to be the first person to so-called circumnavigate the Earth. That's his route on a flat Earth.
Okay, what if you just dropped out the world? If you're traveling one direction, there's the end of the world. Or what do you think?
What end of the world?
I mean, if it's flat,
that picture posted
it would expand outward from the North Pole outward. If you're talking about, some sort of, terminator or some sort of end of how far you can go, like an edge or something like that, the closest thing that you would see in most of the flat Earth conceptions that I've heard of is a firmament dome that touches down and encloses the world past Antarctica. You would be able to go to the Antarctic ice ring, which surrounds the perimeter, but no further until you reach like a dome or something. That's the closest thing to an edge that I've heard of if you're talking about how far we can go before we have to stop or something like that. But it depends on who you ask. Some people talk about an infinite plane. Some people talk about where we are right now as a pond, one of many ponds that are, out there on the flat plane. There's different, variations, but I go with the firmament dome myself, touching down and closing the world somewhere past the Antarctic ice ring.
Yes, but my friend, that's highly irrelevant. Indio posted for you a graphic that shows you don't even have to go anywhere near Antarctica to drive back where you went.
Not talking about Francis Drake. Just talk about you're running at a straight line at any direction you want.
And who's done that? That's the point. Who's done that?
In a straight line,
Nobody's done that. Because no one's ever done that. You're talking about what you imagine would happen.
What would you
Now we're
imagine?
arguing your imagination.
What would you imagine what will happen? If the Earth is flat.
I don't imagine. That's the problem. I don't imagine.
He's not imagining. If
You're imagining.
Somebody who believes
You're imagining the Earth is
like
flat.
myself, you would reach a firmament. If you went in a straight line without deviating, you would reach the firmament dome, basically, past the Antarctic perimeter.
Who did done that?
Did you just really say I have to imagine a flat Earth?
I can tell. They've only gone in east-west circles. Nobody's gone in a straight line. They've only gone in east-west circles, keeping east-west heading around the central north as far as we can tell. Nobody's gone in a straight line yet.
A north-south circumnavigation on a single meridian has never happened. No one's ever done it. And I don't have to imagine a flat Earth. I experience it every day, and so do you. You've never walked out your house and said, look, this is a big ball. Okay? You never did that. You imagine where you live. I don't imagine where I live. Because I can walk out my house, walk down to the beach, and it's fucking flat in every direction. I don't have to imagine that. I can just see it. Now, you can come up with all sorts of mental constructs in your mind on
the whole world.
What
If you look at
visualization is hallucination.
You can't see the edge of the world.
No shit, Sherlock. I can't see the fucking end of my street on some days.
Why is it like that? Why do you not
Someone else, I can't deal to do this.
Ground will appear to me. It's just perspective.
But 1 second before we continue, because before Indio cut him off, after Indio said, I experience a flat world, that kid was about to say, I go out and I experience a globe world. That's what he was about to say. And then he wants to say, oh, we can't see the whole world.
Sorry, can you repeat? Can you repeat that, please?
About perspective?
Yes.
Perspective says anything below the eyes appears to ramp upward, like the ground, like railroad tracks. That's perspective. Eventually it meets the sky, which is above the level of the eyes, which appears to ramp down, and you get a horizon line, even over a flat plane. And eventually that horizon line appears to obstruct what's beyond. It's just perspective over a flat plane, that's all. No globe needed, just perspective.
There's no proof for that.
People show the proof of concept by showing...
we already showed it to you, dude. We showed you the laser measurements. They're actual measurements of the surface showing that the surface of the Earth is not curved. Okay? Now you can go nuh-uh all you want. It doesn't matter. You can't change the fact that was done.
Yeah,
and this is another fact you can't change, that you can go out yourself. You don't have to trust us. You can go out and do these tests yourself, right? Actually, in fact, don't trust us. We're all full of shit. We're a bunch of liars, right? So take your globe model, right? Go make a prediction. And as Roger said, go out to the ocean and make observations, do measurements, and test to see if this model is true. Because science, right, it's supposed to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. That's what differentiates science from all the other forms of knowledge, right? Is that it's supposed to be testable, repeatable, verifiable.
We should
So go test, repeat, and verify our tests. Go do your own test.
Yeah, you can
And you're going to
verify.
get the exact same results that everybody else has. But you're going to get the exact same results that everybody else has ever gotten that's gone and test this. That's why there isn't 100 of Globers coming here every day. This server's been here for 5 years. We've never had a Glober come in here and said, hey, I went out and did an observation and fucking it matched the globe. It's never happened. They do what you do. Pictures from space. Shit you can't verify. Shit you can't test. Shit that is completely based upon trust of a complete stranger you don't know.
Of course you can test.
You can test. Okay, tell me how I test pictures from space. I want to test their authenticity, and I want to see if they represent the real world. How do I test that?
You can just go out the door and walk straight line until you reach your home again.
What? I walk in a straight line until I drown. Okay.
You can go a straight line. If you reach water, imagine you take a boat.
Already made this claim. We already told you. We already shot it down. We already told you. They already told you that it's never
He
been
just keeps
done.
looping
It's never
back.
been verified. So you cannot just keep making these unverifiable claims. I want you to respond to
I
what
can do
Indio
it.
said. Hold on.
He's circumnavigating his own claim.
That's ridiculous. The beer. I want you to respond to when you said we were imagining a flat Earth. Indio said to you, you're the one who has to use your imagination. You do not experience, you do not observe a globe. You've never done this circumnavigation that you claim. We've shown you how circumnavigation works in reality. You're the one making the outrageous imaginary claims here. Do you, in any way, shape, or form, are you able to be honest enough with yourself and us and see how your claims are the ones where you have to use your imagination, you have to trust your authority because you experience a flat and stationary Earth? That's what they're trying to get through to you here. You imagine this story about circumnavigation, which has not ever been done, as they explained it, or making the claim, back it up, or stop making it and concede the point. Do you understand what he was telling you about you're the one using the imagination? Can you comprehend that, Veer?
Last year I've traveled to New York, and I've done that by plane. And
Okay, and
when
we-
I
and
plane,
that is
and
easily
I
shown
looked
on a
out,
flat-
and I
that
looked
is
out the
easily done-
window, and I
Okay,
saw.
we can go on to your
the
next
Earth
claim. Let's
curved.
just take that claim right here.
I didn't
You
imagine
did
that.
not prove a globe by flying to New York. You can easily draw a line on a flat map. You have proven nothing. Okay, now go on to your window claim. Go on to your window claim.
No,
Your second claim.
What was that, Veer?
If I'm looking out the window at a plane, I can see that the Earth is curved.
You
I
can
saw
see
it last year.
the airplane window, yes, but the Earth is flat. So the counter to that, Veer Schultrie, is basically you're seeing through a curved airplane window, but the Earth itself is actually flat.
So I want to ask him a question. So if you listen, that never happened. You're lying, but that's okay, right? So if you did that, right, you looked out the left side of the plane window and you saw a curved horizon, and you go to the other window and you also see a curved horizon.
Check out your dick.
What shape? What shape is that?
All the old pipes.
That's a cylinder, dude.
What are you talking
Cylinder.
about?
It's a cylinder.
Okay, just imagine. Just imagine it is a cylinder.
Listen, to see a globe, you're going to see a circle. You can't see an arc in the window. That's like two arcs, like the Golden Arches, McDonald's. If you look out a window and you see an arc, and you look out the other window and see an arc, you're on a cylinder, dude. That never happened, and it's not even predicted by your globe, because guess what?
If you look at the right, if you look at the right, the left, the front, and the back, you will see a circle. Because the Earth is a globe.
I think if you just repeat it enough times, it'll come true, Dorothy. Click those ruby slippers together.
It takes time. It takes time to break the conditioning. Look, the flat plane appears to rise and accompany the level of the eyes. The only shape that does that is a flat surface like a table. The table is flat. You look out over it, it appears to rise toward the level of the eye, similar to how the Earth does. A ball would drop away immediately. This is not logically consistent to say that it's a ball when we don't see a curve to the horizon and we don't see it dropping away immediately.
If you go to the North Pole,
I'm sorry.
and you do your laser test.
Hold on, Ver, can you hear me speaking? I think I'm speaking like
Yeah,
pretty clearly.
But I tried to cut you off because I want to answer.
At least you acknowledge that you're trying to cut
you're
me
trying
off.
to dish out to another topic because you got busted in your lie about seeing.
No, I wanted to answer you.
Okay, hold on, Veer. All right? Go ahead and respond to that. That would be great. When you're done, then California Nightmare is something he wants to say. I am a moderator here and was moderating during the 2 seconds of silence that occurred. Then when I started talking, you decided to start to talk over me. If you don't understand the concept, feel free to rewind the live stream and listen to it later so you can see how you talked over the lady. All right? I was trying to moderate. If you'd like to become a moderator here,
you listened.
First, learn the facts of the flat Earth. You're going to make me have to mute. He's talking over me again. You were going to make me have to mute you just to finish my point? Oh, someone did it for me. Thanks. Anywho, there's the live stream. You can review that, and then you can give me the timestamp where you think I was inappropriate in speaking 2 seconds before your thought and not using my ESP to figure out you wanted to talk over me before I even started talking. And when you interrupted me twice, all right? So you don't get to complain about the moderation here. If you want to be a moderator, first get your head in the game, figure out the reality of where you live, start using objective measurements, start learning about what science really is, stop making claims you can't back up and living in your fairy tale world. Nonetheless, you get a minute or less to respond to what Indio said, and then California Nightmare has something to contribute. Thank you.
Where's the live stream?
Put the link in the live stream voice text at 3 minutes after the hour. You're welcome to check the live stream later. What was your response to what Indio said? He might need a review. I'm sorry, Indio, because first he needed a manners lesson before we could even get to the content. What is it that you said, Indio, that he's responding to?
Well, listen, he never saw curvature from an airplane. That's the whole point, right? It's not predicted by your globe. If the Earth is a globe of 3,959-mile radius, an airplane is nowhere near high enough. This isn't my opinion. This is straight mathematics and geometry, right? So if I had a ball that's 6 feet tall, an airplane would be 1/100th of an inch above it. There's no way you could see curvature from that distance above the ball. You see, this is the thing, like, I explained it to you. You guys don't know your own model, so you make ridiculous claims. But we do know the model, the globe model, and as soon as you say something that doesn't match your model, we laser in on that. Because it's not a prediction of your model. Your model predicts that there is no curve. Now, are you a tiny earther? Are you claiming that the Earth has a smaller radius? Is that it? Because it's really weird that earlier you said that it's not measurable, but now you can see it from an airplane. Like, which one is it? Can we measure it? Can we not measure it? Do we see it? Do we not see it? This should give you a clue, the weakness of the globe model. Is that you have to make claims that contradict each other even to maintain some semblance of rationality.
I never said that you can't see it. If the Earth is the size we've looked at earlier, then it is able to see the curvature from the height of a plane.
That's not a prediction of the model.
And I just want to respond to, who was it?
Hello?
Here, Mary.
Do you want a citation with the mathematics that shows that what you're saying is unequivocally false? But no, I want you to listen. I'm going to give you a citation with the mathematics that shows your claim is false.
You're trying to cut me up right now.
No, I'm trying to correct your false claim and not just let it slide through.
You are just trying, bro.
Oh, he's asking for a citation. You're trying to go back to something else that you think will be easier. You're trying to squirm out from what he's asking you. Respond to his question.
No, I'm going back because I couldn't answer to you because he was speaking. I was
You
waiting
didn't
for him to
answer. You
finish.
said
And
nuh-uh.
because of that, I couldn't answer.
Okay, I'm going to give you a chance. Put some substance to your claim, right? You said, yes, you can see it from a plane. Now give us the math, geometry, or whatever to support what you said.
You don't need any geometry.
No. So the Earth is a ball is not a geometric claim. It's a claim of feelings.
If you just look at the ocean, you are able to see the curvature.
How are we
Okay.
seeing curvature when we?
So we are on a tiny Earth, like we're the little prince.
Yeah. Yeah. Horizon that rises up to accompany the observer. We don't see curvature that falls down and away from the observer immediately. So we're not seeing what you're talking about. What you're talking about appears to be an inconsistent interpretation, Veer.
Veer, so listen, go Veer, Google.
Hold on.
Visually discerning the curvature of the Earth. Okay, Google that. It's a published paper in Optics Express. So it's published by the Optical Society of America. So what do you think they deal with? Seeing shit, right? It's written by a guy named David Lynch. It says you cannot see curvature of the Earth from an airplane. Okay? And all the math is in it and everything else. The Earth is too large to see curvature from an airplane, according to the dimensions they give us. There's no way around this. No matter how many times you repeat, yes, you can. Listen, you can't. I gave you a citation. Go look it up. You don't have to trust me. This guy isn't a flat earther. He's a globe earther. And he says it.
Well,
Neil deGrasse Tyson said you can't see curvature from 128,000 feet. Paul Larson, who's a planetarium director, said you can't see curvature from 250 miles or 400 kilometers. So, this isn't us. These are globe earthers that say this shit, not us.
Well, Veer, the problem is the horizon accompanies the observer.
Sorry, Len, go ahead.
The horizon accompanies the observer and goes with the observer as they go up, more or less. That's only consistent with a flat surface, not a ball.
California Nightmare, what is it you were going to say?
Yeah, just trying to go to his last point about going into a straight line. I just wanted to say that balls can't have straight lines. So his point falls flat on its face when he first said it. So he wasted all that time basically for nothing.
Love it.
Just wanted to say that.
Well, definitionally, a straight line for them is going along the surface with as little deviation along the supposed curved surface as much as possible, and counting that as a straight line. It's a slight tweak on the definition. But
they don't get to redefine it when no, they don't get to redefine what a straight line is. A straight line in geometry has a fixed definition. California Nightmare is correct. Veer, you lost before you even got off the starting line. What's your response to what California Nightmare said, Veer?
Do you have noticed how do you need several people to argue against me?
Isn't that funny with the settled side? Isn't that funny, Veer?
Just hold on. Let me talk just for a moment.
Seriously, is there a problem here? You guys don't want to hear me talk? Like every time I talk, two people talk over me. Seriously.
Yeah, because you're talking over me.
I'm leaving in like 2 minutes. So don't worry about it. Right, Veer? All I want to say is, isn't that funny how settled science of the globe, that's supposedly the majority opinion, you come here, you can't defend it, you got no science, you got no math, you got nothing but stories, and we can easily go back against everything you say because you have no citations, you've been asked for citations which you refuse to provide. You're used to, yes, you're using the fallacy of an appeal to the majority. That's perfectly fine. You're using the fallacy, whatever that one was where he's pretending he's the victim here. I don't know what that, I'm sure that must be some kind of fallacy. But nonetheless, if your globe was so certain, it shouldn't be that hard. You're having a lot of trouble here. It should be easy for you to go 1 against 10 flat earthers if your globe was real. But it's not, Veer. It's not. Meadowlark wants to sympathize with you. Go ahead, Meadowlark. I got to go, guys, but good conversation. I'll listen to the rest of it in the car while I'm on YouTube. up the good work. And Veer, hopefully you'll decide to join reality one day.
Thank you, Mary Mom. I just didn't want to be a dog pile. It can be pretty aggressive in these chats, making it hard for one person versus 5 flatties. Veer, did you want to get a word in edgewise before we dog pile again?
It's not possible to argue against you. That's not because I'm wrong. That's because of you are like 10 people just yelling around and muting me if I want to say something. That's why you can't argue. Yeah, that's why I can't argue against you. But that will never change the fact that your theory is just bullshit. You have no argument for that. Your only argument, you told me, is the laser test. And there is no proof that laser test was ever done like it was described. Again, if the laser and the target are not at the same height, it's nonsense. It's like you never have done it yourself, or you've never done it yourself at that size. You have to do it to prove that the Earth is flat. If you really want to prove that the Earth is flat, you have to do it over the 40,000 kilometer range the Earth is wide. Then you can prove that the Earth is flat.
Basically saying shoot a laser for the whole diameter of the Earth of 40, or the whole circumference rather of the Earth of 40,000 miles. I guess we'd have to have a powerful enough laser to reach that far. But as far as we can tell,
then you can never prove your theory.
Well, we can infer the theory pretty comfortably based off of the short-term laser test that we have done. The FE core laser test, which is in the chat, it's 25 miles. At that distance of 25 miles, you should have 25 miles squared, 625 times 8 inches of curvature down and away from.
Yes, you've told me that before. But
yeah,
by yourself, you told me that it's not able to do a laser test, which would really prove that the Earth is flat.
Let me add to this.
Guys, first of all, that's not our only piece of evidence. Listen, that's not our
guys. I believe no.
You made a shitload of of course, you're gonna make a bunch of baseless bullshit claims in jet. That's what all you guys do. Right after you complain about how you can't do anything, you provided zero evidence for anything. And if you want other evidence, so we didn't use, it wasn't a laser, but it was radio waves, broadcast 10,000 miles. How did they do that? Before satellites in 1918, how did they do that?
Radio waves do not travel in a straight line. They do not travel in a straight line.
They don't. They don't. So that type of electromagnetic radiation doesn't travel in a straight line.
Reconsider your arguments. All your arguments you brought are just like there's no single argument that you can really trust. You've said by yourself that laser test isn't possible. Isn't possible that you can prove that the Earth is flat.
I think you should say nuh-uh. Dude, your reputation amounts to nuh-uh.
Wait,
so one second.
India.
So he
wait. Are we both
I just
about
wanted to add.
If it's not about the radio waves, let me go first.
It wasn't about the laser, but go ahead.
So you said radio waves don't travel in straight line?
That's what the dude said. He said they don't travel in straight lines.
The guy left.
Well, if you look in chat, well, he left, so I guess it doesn't matter.
Well, he decided that he was just going to try and shit all over the place, make a bunch of basic claims, cast aspersions on us, and dip out of here. And I'm not going to let that happen, dude. That's some bitch. That's a bitch move, dude.
And he claimed that
not to offend any bitches that are in here, but
he claimed that the elevation of the shore of the IJsselmeer is 100 meters high, which is ridiculous. I live there; it's not 100 meters high. So that's just. He lives next to the Netherlands. I bet he went on vacation in the Netherlands. He must know this. Just
he claims the water on one side is 100 meters higher than the water on the other side. Flowing, and it just sticks there sideways. at a 45-degree angle, right? The water's just sticking there. That was insanity, dude. Like that is like a cult believer. Like if you want a crazy cult believer, that's a perfect example of it.
Aren't there procedures for dealing with actual crazy people?
Yeah, Thorazine straitjacket, things like that. But I don't know how to administer that over the internet.
Yeah.